Greetings, truth seekers. Paranormal M is your destination for all things mysterious. Get ready to question everything as we dive into the realms of the supernatural. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to stay updated on our latest mind-boggling discoveries. Let's unravel the truth together. The Ghost Train. Here was my first encounter with something paranormal when I was young. I never really realized it until years later, when I was, really don't remember my age, I think around maybe 7 years old. I used to live in an old house, and this house used to be on the property of an old railroad station, where a train ran through it. People lived there and either fixed the train or worked for stations. Well, one night when I was a kid, I wanted to sleep on the couch, as all kids love sleeping on couches. It was around winter time frame, and I don't know how many people really knows of the old Ashley metal heaters. The wood heater types where you'd put logs and woods in. But we had to get it going all night long. One night while I was sleeping on the couch, I woke up to the sound of a heater metal creaking. Because of the time I didn't know about the expansion and the contracting of metal, it would sort of make a noise, and I'd look over there. When I'd look over there, I saw this train exit from the center of the wood heater. The train was about 4 feet tall. It was an old steam engine with the engine, a cold cart, and a few other carts behind it in tow. As the kid, I got scared. I got up from the couch and, hiding underneath my blanket, and I hid behind another smaller gas heater that we had on the other side of the room until the train disappeared. The train went halfway through the house, and I could hear the steam coming out of the engine, and then the metal wheels on the track sound. And then it's randomly disappeared in the middle of the room, about 15 feet, maybe 20 feet away from the wood heater that we had. Once it disappeared, I left the other, just, protection, and I went back to bed. It took me about 30 minutes to go back to sleep. The woman voice the first time. Okay guys, here's the second time something crazy's ever happened to me spiritually, or however you may call it, with the paranormal world. I used to be a contractor for the military launching Super Hornets for the Navy. I was in El Centro, and if anybody's been to El Centro, California, you all know that it's about 110, maybe 15 degrees during the summertime. Well, during this time frame, I was waiting for my pilot to show up in my aircraft, so I could be able to get him ready for lunch, and fell asleep standing up. Well, I didn't realize that I fell asleep because with the next heat, it really puts a toll on your body, and you can fall asleep without realizing it. But while I was asleep, I heard a woman's voice telling me to wake up, that I needed to wake up. And this woke me up for sure. I looked around and nobody was around me. I was all by myself, and as I looked around to see who that was, I could see my pilot walking toward my aircraft, and he was only about 100 feet away. For those of you not in the military or prior military, if you get caught sleeping on an aircraft waiting for your pilot, you could get in a lot of trouble or fired if you're civilian, because you're not supposed to be sleeping on a job, especially working in the aviation field. So whether this was a guardian, an angel, or spirit, it helped save my job. But this is not the only time I've heard her voice. Ask Reddit. Basically, we used to think our house was haunted. Not because of anything overtly spooky, but simply because strange things would happen. Things would vanish and reappear in odd places a little while later. Doors would shut themselves, nothing really ghostly. It was more of a family joke. An old woman was killed by her son in the house. She died in the hospital, but he pushed her down the stairs. And the old lady was bored. Anyway, it all kind of climaxed one night. The old lady ghost took it to the next level. It was about 3 a.m. and there was a huge crash in our kitchen. Naturally, my parents woke me up just thinking that we were being burgled, and my dad ran downstairs. What he found was an incredibly strange scene. so he called me and my mom downstairs to have a look. There were no signs of entry, no smashed windows, doors still locked, and obviously nobody in the house. But in the middle of our kitchen floor was a drawer. Not an artist, not an artist, but a thing you put stuff in. A drawer. Ha. It was standing on its side with all the utensils that were kept in it neatly positioned around it in a circle. Our dog was also backed into the corner, trembling and whimpering. We kept him in the kitchen at night. We never really understood what happened there, just put it down to the old lady making her exit. Stuff stopped disappearing after that, and doors no longer randomly slammed, except of course for natural reasons. Ask Reddit. About 2 years ago I had a dream which I went to London with 3 friends. I hadn't spoken to them in a few years. You don't need the details, but basically I was in London with my friends and they asked where Lisa was. I told them I didn't know that Lisa was coming and wasn't sure where she would be. I hadn't spoken to Lisa in years either. Anyway, I wake up and I can remember this dream, which is strange, as back then I could never even remember my dreams. I'd also woken up a few hours earlier than normal, so I was a little confused. For some reason I had the instinct to go on Facebook, which isn't that irregular as I spend too much time on there anyway. Anyhow, I log in and have a new notification. 4 hours ago while I was asleep, Lisa posted on my wall, "Were you in London today?" Holy shit, I crap myself. To this day I still have, no decent explanation for it. Commented on the post, know why. She never replied. About 3 to 4 months later, I saw her in a bar with friends from the dream. We're good friends with her, so this isn't strange. I asked Lisa about it, and so she said she saw somebody who looked like me. I refused to believe this going down to pure coincidence, though. TL:DR. I had a dream in a different city with somebody I never speak to, and at the same time they asked me if I was in that city. Also, I want to note that I couldn't have sleepwalked and read the post. It came up with a notification, meaning I hadn't already seen it. Ask Reddit. When I was about 7 to 9, which is 2007 to 2009, I lived with my family in North Carolina. My grandmother on my dad's side of the family lived not far away in Virginia Beach. One summer we drove down to visit her for a week and came back home relatively late at night. My brother and I go into our shared bedroom at the time, set our bags down and get ready to go to bed. We had gotten into my parents' bedroom for one reason or another, and my mom and dad were checking on the voicemails of the landline phone. My mom's always been very adamant about having a landline in the house. As my mom was flipping through the voicemails, she came across this one that was what sounded like a child's voice singing in Spanish. My mother's native language is Spanish, and her side of the family's Cuban, so she was able to translate it. The translation was roughly along the lines of, "I hope you die in suffering." There's no callback number, and my mom was never able to find out who left the message, whose voice it was, or what it meant. Something about the whole thing absolutely terrified me, and I had a hard time sleeping that night. I recently visited my parents' house, not the same one, not the same state. It was last month for a few days before heading back home after a work trip. Brought it up with my mom to see if she remembered as well as I do. She said that she quote-unquote vaguely remembers it. Still one of the creepiest memories and freaks me out to this day. Ask Reddit. I've also struggled to believe in ghosts and paranormal, but I have had some weird experiences I can't explain. I used to work in an old pub and hotel in rural hills in England, and everybody used to joke about a ghost who existed there. I used to laugh it off and cringe when people spoke about it. The cleaning lady was a bit crazy and used to blame things on the ghost. such as a cleaning bottle falling off the shelf in the kitchen and spilling all over the floor. Or she used to say the ghost would tie socks around the light fixtures in the B&B rooms. Anyway, one day I was just hoovering the bar and lounge area around 9 a.m. and it's closed, and everybody left the hotel to check out. It was like 8:30, and there were usually walkers who get the shuttle bus up to the hill to start the day's walk. So at this time, only the owner and his wife were upstairs where they lived. Turned the vacuum off, because I thought I heard somebody toward the back door. Expecting one of them, that's when the vacuum went off, and I heard clear as day some women talking, saying something about playing every Tuesday. No one was there, and the owners were still upstairs. All doors were locked, checked down the corridor, and nothing. The second time, me and the crazy cleaner was stood joking about the ghosts, and I said, I don't believe in ghosts. Our minds play tricks on us. Literally a second after I said that, the vacuum cleaner about 5 feet away turned itself on. Ask Reddit. When I first started dating my now wife, I stayed at her house for several days. The first night I was there, I got a really unsettling feeling from the laundry room, like it was something that didn't want me to go in there. Told my wife about it, and she freaked out. She had the same feeling and didn't want to say anything, so I wouldn't freak out too, and to see if I also felt it. Her house was extremely haunted. There was stuff that constantly moved in her kitchen. We were home alone, and several times throughout the day we would hear something loud fall or move, but when we would check it out, nothing had moved. A couple months after we moved into our new place, I saw an old man in our bedroom, but I was completely convinced that he was always there, and I was asking him a question. My wife walked in and asked who I was talking to, and matter-of-factly told her I was talking to her roommate. She got extremely concerned because nobody was there. We've also seen a white dog in the bedroom. We also have 2 spots that our cats will stare at without moving. If we call out to them, they don't budge and won't freak out if we touch them. There's nothing in those spots, no bugs, lights, or items or objects. My wife and I have this odd ability to know when someone's close to us if they're severely injured or about to die. We begin to think about someone and get very sad and depressed. We would try to contact them to discover that something had happened. She had the feeling hours before she received a call about her brother passing, and I didn't. I had the feeling about a day before I received a call about my brother passing, but she didn't. Her and I both got the feeling when her mom passed. I got the feeling the same night my cousin tried to end his life, or her life. Fortunately, she's okay. Good. When I was younger, I frequently would have premonitions and visions play out in my dreams about things that hadn't happened yet. On many occasions, I would know what would happen days in advance and use the knowledge to my advantage. Like I'd have a dream about a pop quiz and know what the questions were, so I would study those sections, and a day or two when it would happen, I'd have the answers. This continued on while I was working, and I could predict what my boss wanted me to do. Did many odd tasks that nobody else did. When he would come by and ask me what to do, I would give him the information. Started to get very weirded out and began to just complete other people's sentences as a test, and for about 3 years I was on point every time, even if I never met the person before. Weirdest thing is that about 9 months ago I stopped having any of these experiences and became extremely ill. Since then I've not been able to sleep properly and I've become frail. Ask Reddit. Starting at the age of 17, I started seeing shadow people in my house. They were tall black shadows with what looked like a 19th century top hat. They would disappear as soon as you tried to look directly at them. When I was 18, I was like at a keg party and lost track of time. I had a midnight curfew. This way I wouldn't sneak home late. My parents never gave me a key to the house. They always stayed up until I got home. So I pull into the garage at 3 a.m., go to the back door next to the solarium, as I usually do, lights off, doors unlocked. Walk around the back of the house to the other back door and the back porch. it's locked as well. Then I hear my mom's voice from the front of the house simply saying, "Come in the front door." When I get to the front door, it's open and my mom's presumably gone back to bed, so I go to my room and go to bed myself. The next morning, Mom asked me what time did I get home. I lied and I said I left my watch here and I'm not really sure. She then said that after the 10 o'clock news, they had gotten so sleepy that they had fallen asleep, thinking I would wake them when I got home. She then asks how I kind of got in last night, and I said they must have left the door unlocked. What made them so sleepy? What told me to enter the front door? What unlocked and opened the front door? I don't know, kept me from getting grounded. Had I gotten grounded, I wouldn't have been able to meet the girl I would get pregnant and marry the next weekend and spend 25 years with. I came back around 4 months before I caught her cheating and stayed around until after the divorce was finalized and I was back on my feet. Ask Reddit. One of my old family friends always maintained her house. Well, she maintained that it was haunted. And on various occasions, her and several members of her family and friends witnessed something strange or otherworldly that had no rational explanation. They were actually talking about this not too long ago, so I'll bullet point a few things I remember her telling me. Friend's mother was outside hanging out washing and claimed that she saw her dead grandmother smiling at her through the gap in the sheets. Friend would often hear loud conversations late at night and thinking of the TV. She would go into the lounge to tell whoever was watching it to turn it down to find the lounge dark and empty with the TV off. Friend had a few mates over for a sleepover, and one mate needed the toilet during the night, and she claimed she saw a dark, shadowy figure standing in the hall. She'd wake my friend up to escort her to the bathroom. She was so freaked out. Friend's sister claimed to see a woman standing behind her in the mirror that apparently matched the appearance of her great-grandmother. Same grandmother her mothers also saw. My friend would sometimes hear really fast running footsteps outside her bedroom when she was home alone. Sometimes their old landline would ring randomly and it'd just be loud static on the other end, and when they would call her ID the number, it would say it from their own number. Ask Reddit. I lived in an apartment that my two roommates swore was haunted. A landlady lived in the unit below us, but at one time lived in our apartment and confirmed that both she and everybody who'd ever occupied our apartment had had some paranormal experience at some point or another. I thought that was bullshit. One day I come home and my roommate Gwen comes out of her room with tears in her eyes and a quiver in her voice. She asks me if I've been in her bedroom. I tell her truthfully that no, I hadn't, and asked her what was wrong, and she explains. When I was leaving for work today, I was running late and grabbed my purse in a hurry and knocked a bunch of photos off my desk. I didn't have time to clean it up, so I said, fuck it, I can do it when I get home, and I left for work. When I got home, all the photos were back on my desk, and I asked, and my other roommate. He says it wasn't him. I asked her why that upset her so much, and she said it was because one of the photos was of her maternal grandmother who had passed away a week earlier. Normally that picture was toward the back of her desk, and when she got home she found it front and center. Figured she'd actually cleaned the pictures up in a rush and just forgot that she did it. She was super spooked. Then about a week later I was home sitting in our living room looking over some paperwork for my job. Out of the corner of my eye, I see my roommate Jimmy walk out of his room and through the living room down the hallway that leads to the bathroom, kitchen, and Gwen's bedroom. After a while, I started to feel uneasy for some reason. I looked up and realized that though Jimmy had gone down the hallway some minutes earlier, there was no noise, no lights were on. Everything was quiet. So I get up, walk to the end of the hall, and just stand there for a second, looking down the black hallway into the dark kitchen. Call his name, get no answer, so I step into the bathroom, turn on the light, and there's no one there. I walk down the hallway further and call his name once more. Nothing. Finally make it to the kitchen, turn the light on, and sure enough, there's nobody there either. Finally, I text both roommates to see if they were home, and about 15 minutes later, Gwen texts me to tell her that she's home in the burbs, and about 2 hours later, Jimmy texts me that he just finished up a double at his restaurant. I know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that I saw a person walk through my apartment, but I was alone. Ask Reddit. I posted something similar, but I didn't want to go into depth, so I'll do that here. When I was still living with my grandparents, or like a incident where I was unable to sleep in my regular bedroom downstairs, so I was moved upstairs into a spare bedroom. The way this room is situated makes it possible to see the other side of the house. So I go to bed that night and leave the door open. Bad idea, I know. But I fall asleep. Later that night, probably around 3 a.m., I wake up needing to use the washroom. Go out, quickly do my business, head back to my room. At this point, I'm awake. The light in the bathroom had woken me up a bit, and I'm sitting in the dark room trying to fall asleep. At the time, I was pretty young, so I wasn't quite over the whole scared of the dark thing, and I was having trouble closing my eyes comfortably. While I'm laying there, I happen to look out the door and toward the stairs leading to the basement. Suddenly, I notice a white figure standing at the top holding some sort of object. It was obviously a woman, as she was wearing a dress and had sort of put her hair up in her bun. I watched for a moment as she slowly descended the stairs before throwing the covers over my head and hiding from whatever it was. I lived in that house for about a year longer and never saw her again. However, my grandparents still live in the house. When I go and visit, I often feel like I'm not alone or I hear noises that don't belong there. Ask Reddit. When I was growing up, our house had strange things happen all the time. My whole family had always had weird connections to the paranormal things. So for me, it was normal to experience things from time to time. However, when I was about 16, though, things took a dark turn. My mom got really sick, like had to have surgery and stay in the hospital twice sick. Came completely out of nowhere. She'd been very healthy until this happened. Started hearing voices that we couldn't really understand. It was like mumbling in the background, but always very ominous. Then it started mimicking my family. My mom would hear me come in and tell her it was time to wake up from a nap while I was actually sitting on the couch, or I'd hear her come into the kitchen and sigh while she was actually asleep. The worst part was that I couldn't sleep. Every time I started to doze off, I would see in my mind a black figure standing in the doorway watching me. It always felt like it was waiting for something. I started getting really freaked out by it, so one night I was sitting on my bed and I decided I'd pray about what it was that was going on. My bed was the kind that had a frame and a wooden slat that went through across holding the mattress. So I'm sitting there praying, asking God to protect me. I remember thinking, keep this away from me, whether it's a dark spirit or a demon, if demons are even real. And it's like this thing heard me questioning if it was real, because as soon as I thought that something hit my bed, hit it so hard one of the slats fell out and the foot of my mattress hit the floor. I know the slat didn't just slip because I felt it hit the bed and the whole mattress shake. I was out of that room so fast and we moved not long after. Dream/sleep paralysis. I just now have woken up from this experience that happened at around 12:30, 1:50-ish. Cannot tell which part of this was in my dream and what part was real life, as I woke up and fell back asleep numerous times. It started with me hearing this kind of whistle almost, and it was very faint. I'm sick, so I figured maybe it was my nose making strange noises. But just in case, I held my breath, and sure enough, the whistle was heard. The whistle was heard. Sorry guys, I'm super tired. Remembering that in the Appalachians this means a dangerous entity is close by, I start to feel somewhat terrified. Then for what felt like an hour continued to hear it, and sort of while dreaming. I'm not really sure if I was dreaming at this point because it felt very real, but I heard it before falling asleep when I was fully aware. Then I started to feel like I was being observed, and the sensation was very strong. At one point, I felt I should stop breathing for a second in fear something was spotted me. Then I feel a deep pressure on my right shoulder like something's grabbing it from behind, and I feel terrified at this point. By the way, I don't think it can be sleep paralysis, as I could move freely, but was too terrified to do so. When it goes away, I get up and try to walk out of my room, where I'm suddenly back in my bed. I still feel terrified at this point, and I feel as though I'm in danger. The rest of this last leg is somewhat blurry, so the validity may be questionable. I think I remember seeing a shadow or two moving along my wall, just kind of moving and being present after asking God for a guardian angel, so I'm completely scared and full of adrenaline. After this, I fully wake up and whisper for my dog, but no response. Got up after grabbing my now unplugged phone and getting from outside my room, and when I come back, I feel an incredible chill almost go through me, which lasted 5 seconds. Can't sleep, my eyes burn with exhaustion. Potentially useful information. I have an armored cross right above my wardrobe. The shadows I recall were also moving about underneath said cross. I have no idea what the hell happened or whether or not the entity that did that was actually dangerous. Strange lamp flicker. I, 42-year-old male, recently broke up with my girlfriend. The situation with her had been building over the past month and a half. Everything was in limbo and I didn't know what to think about any of it. Things were getting increasingly frustrating and confusing every day up until it all ended. A few days before I decided to take action and end the relationship, I was sitting on my couch watching TV. That's not a good start. It was a Friday night and I was just relaxing. I wasn't really focused on the television because my thoughts were distracted by the situation with my girlfriend, and I know how I would process the situation going forward. I have a lamp that stands off to the side of my couch. A little further past the lamp is a picture of my grandfather hanging on the wall. I was practically raised by my grandfather. He was an old-school, no-bullshit Italian who was the patriarch of the family. He protected me and my whole family, and we were as close as any two people could possibly be. When he first died about 14 years ago, I had a paranormal experience involving him. So I always knew he was watching over me and was aware of everything that was happening. So I'm sitting there on the couch, the lamp flickers off for about a second, and then comes right back on. Initially figuring something happened with the power, but the television was unaffected. Walked over to the lamp and messed with it for several minutes, tapping the bulb and unplugged it and plugged it back in, etc. Couldn't get it to flicker regardless of anything I did. But the lamp had never done that before. For some reason I looked to the wall and noticed my grandfather's picture. I knew it was a message of some sort. It turns out that a couple of days after this happened, I came to find some information about my girlfriend that resulted in me packing her stuff and getting her out of my life. It's what needed to be done, and I know that lamp flicker was a sign that I wasn't alone in that moment, and that a conclusion to the situation was just around the corner. Toddler sensed his grandma getting hurt. Thought I should share this one, as it's pretty much the only indisputable paranormal thing that's happened to me. And this thing happened about 10 years ago. I still remember that day in great detail. I was outside with my 2-year-old son walking the dog. We were pretty close to our apartment and my son was running on the grass. All of a sudden he stopped and looked at me. "Anna fell," he said. I looked at him and he told me, "No, sweetie, Grandma didn't fall, she's fine." I hadn't talked to my mom that day, so she lived about 6 miles from us and I had no reason to believe anything had happened to her. He was persistent and told me that she indeed had fallen and kept telling me that he was mistaken and shouldn't worry. Or I kept telling him. He went inside and didn't talk more about it until my mom called a couple hours later telling me that she had been out in the woods that day and had taken a pretty bad fall. But as you might imagine, I got chills down my spine. How did he know? And something else weird happened with my other son a few years later as I left him at daycare. He was asking about his mom, and I told him, "What? I'm your mom." After which he responded, "No, my other family, my other mom. They all disappears in the rain." That spooked me a bit too, even though it of course could be easily explained simply by the imagination or a dream of a 3-year-old. Ghost of a Buffalo Soldier on Fort Sill. I had been working civil service at Fort Sill since maybe 1999, almost 25 years. But I've never seen anything like this before. I'm a smoker, so when I take smoke breaks, I have to walk across the street to a small park. It's a vacant lot with a few trees. Last Thursday, I had gone out for a smoke break at around 10 a.m. I was having my cigarette and looking at the news on my phone. I noticed in my peripheral vision to my right a black man in a cowboy hat walking through the field. I see people walking across that field occasionally, so at first I don't think much of it. However, I looked up and noticed that his corporal stripes were upside down and much larger than on modern uniforms. He was about my height, 5'8", and had a light beard as if he had kind of really shaved in a week or so. Then it occurred to me that he was dressed in a Civil War style uniform and thought, "Oh cool, it's Civil War reenactor. Maybe they have some sort of historical reenactment nearby." So I immediately thought to take the photo of the man. I switched my phone to camera mode and went to take the photo, but the man had completely vanished. Mind you, he was 50 or so feet away from me at least. And it was a wide open field that we were in, so it's absolutely no way that he could have run out of sight that quickly. Puzzled me all day. I was trying to justify in my mind what I'd seen. I couldn't. Never been much of a believer in the paranormal, but I have no other explanation other than I believe I saw a full-bodied apparition like a buffalo soldier. Broad daylight. Even though it was overcast that day, he looked like a real solid person, not translucent or see-through like you see in movies. Did some research and discovered that buffalo soldiers, black soldiers that served in the late 1860s up until about World War II, had built the original building at Fort Sill in 1869 to 1870, such as the old post quadrangle, officers' quarters, the original hospital, and livery stables. Some of these soldiers are buried in Fort Sill Post Cemetery. The spirit of my dad. First, a disclaimer. I don't know what to believe. I don't think so. I'm quite scientific on these matters. Low tolerance for bullshit, so to speak. I think we're just biological machines, and it's a comfortable thought to have a caring deity or spirits or even guardian angels. Those who are comfortable thoughts. I get it. I do the same. Maybe spiritually, might be real, but I still lean to a no. I lean to a no to the biological machines. So at the same time, I'm a hypocrite, which is this story I'm about to tell. To me, it's real, and that's how I will remember it. Dad died 20 years ago or so. We were all in the hospital, just silent, looking at his body getting colder and stiffer by the minute. Nobody said anything. Everything went back home, and everybody waited for the elevator and entered it, and the door closed, but suddenly opened again. My mom and we were looking at each other. We knew that was Dad. Not a doubt in our hearts. We knew it. We walked home through the park. In the park, I could still feel him. He was walking with us, that's it. That's the story, my paranormal story. I don't care what it is, real or imagination, it was a meaningful moment for me. That's all that matters. Did I meet a dark witch? Back when I was about 7 years old, I was taking a walk through the woods with my parents. If I remember correctly, we came across a diner or a restaurant of some sort. Can't really tell why, but I recall that I was walking ahead and just exploring the forest surrounding the restaurant a bit. All of a sudden I realized that a few feet away there was an elderly-looking woman standing next to a path that would lead deeper into the woods. She was wearing a black cloak with a hood on her head, holding a walking stick in one of her hands. Somehow I felt drawn to her and was slowly approaching her. I would even go as far as to say that she was actually waving her hand at me and luring me in, so to speak. The woman was very tranquil and didn't speak too much, but she wanted to give me something out of the bag that she was carrying with her. As soon as I reached out my hand, my parents did just kind of catch me up and they were yelling at me to stay away. It felt like I was pulled out of a dream or trance-like state when I heard my mother's voice. I turned to my parents, turned back to the elderly woman who was smiling and now slowly making her way into the forest, and turned back to my parents again. For one last time I was trying to catch a glimpse of the woman, but to my surprise she was gone, as she had vanished completely or ran into the woods, pedal to the metal. Of course, I was young and could be kind of reading way too much into it, but did anybody experience something similar before? My mother said something about dark witches and that woman could have been one, but I'm not sure if she could really explain that to me. I detected a magnetic anomaly in my room 3 feet away from me. It was in my room in my town. In the house we have this quite old. We did do renovations to it back in 2010, but that's it. Now I was in my room, which has always been a bit scary to all. I was alone with the main light turned off, but the fairy light still on. I was just sitting in bed watching Berlin on Netflix when I decided to take a screenshot for making a meme. I wanted to check the screenshot when I accidentally opened the EMF detector on my phone instead of the photos folder. Now I have the EMF detector installed directly because I make RC places and usually deal with electronics a lot. I don't use it for ghost hunting or anything. I did used to get some ghost hunting a few years ago, but I stopped completely. Well, when I opened the EMF detector, it immediately spiked to halfway. Now, I've known the EMFs of that room, and they're usually pretty low, so having a high EMF was already ringing bells in my mind. I don't have anything magnetic in that room either, apart from my headphones, which I did try to debunk if it was due to my headphones, and it wasn't. Plus, the detector of my phone is so sensitive that it really needs to be extremely close to a magnetic field to detect it. Now, I did find the center of the anomaly to be about a foot above the armrest of my chair. That was the point where the EMF spiked to max, all the way to red. As I moved away from it, it started getting low, and the thing is it was still strong enough to have the detector stuck at 50% even when over 4 feet away from the center of the anomaly. It was as if it had a sphere of influence which ended at 5 feet, because it stayed up to about 50% 4 feet away but dropped to 0 after 5 feet. It stayed like that for about 3 to 5 minutes, after which, when I was contemplating on recording this phenomena, at which point I had my phone directly at the center of that anomaly, the reading dropped to 0. The anomaly just disappeared, and I was actually a bit scared at this point and decided to go to sleep in another room with my parents and my brother. I knocked on their door, but they were sound asleep, so no one opened it. Kinda decided to go back to my room and give it a chance. I had the detector app open, and right as I was about to open the door, the EMF spiked all the way to 80%. I brought the phone closer to the door, and I went to 90%, as if the anomaly was right behind the door. Didn't open it, just went back, knocked harder, to which my mom opened the door and I went in. The next morning, today morning. Some might even say this morning. Took a reading again of the whole house, and there was nothing. As a matter of fact, in the room where we pray and stuff, my family's quite religious, the EMF was down to 0.00. The rest of the house had the normal ambient EMFs. So was it some random magnetic anomaly that I kind of came across, or did I actually come across the presence of another kind? Please let me know what you think. Pulled to safety. had a lot of paranormal experiences, but the first one I had, I didn't even think it was until years later. But I knew something strange had happened to me, like a guardian angel cheating death. It was back in the 90s. I was 8 or so. My grandparents and man lived like around the corner from each other, and I was between the two. I was getting ready to go for a visit. It was such a lovely day outside, like perfect weather, and now looking back on it, it was extremely quiet. Can't explain the pull of what I felt, but as I came out of the house, I had the biggest urge to step onto the front garden. Literally felt like I needed to go to the fence. It wasn't a dangerous or evil feeling, it was actually so peaceful. I stepped into the garden in a bit of a trance-like calmness, and I stood in the fence. I just enjoyed the moment in silence. Moments later, there's a horrific screech that cuts through everything. A car comes hurtling down the road and crashes straight into the corner of the wall of the street. It demolished where I would have been walking. I don't know what happened to the person driving. I think they were all right, though, but it was just the wall and would have been me. Quite rightly, my granddad comes screaming my name out of the house in a blind panic, and just remembered being so calm and turning to him. "I'm all right, Granddad." I think I was stunned, but I was so calm. I'd have died if it hadn't been that pull. I knew no one had died at the time, and any family that was passed, I never knew them either. Was it a ghost, angel, or just intuition? After this, though, it was like an awakening, because the more sensitive, and I've seen many things and sightings and felt things. Nothing as calm as that was, though. I'll always carry that. The Lady on the Train Tracks. My first ghostly encounter was only a moment, and I had been alone. I'd taken it as just a flicker or a trick of the light. My friend and I were traveling on the buses between our houses, both looking out the window, enjoying the view, and honestly feeling a bit bored. Passed over a bridge just above some train tracks. For just a moment it took the bus to pass the bridge. I saw her, the white lady. She was see-through, like looking through mist. She had long gown on and either long white hair or a veil. She was just standing there in the night in the tracks facing ahead, and I don't remember anything about her features or anything specific. I assumed she was a bride, though, not really right at that moment. I just remember turning slowly to my friend, and she was doing the exact same thing. She was white as a sheet. I asked her, "You just saw that, didn't you?" "Yeah." Both shivered and looked back, and can't see the tracks unless you're on the bridge, so I let her tell me what she had seen, and it matched up. We were both stunned and thoroughly spooked. I imagined perhaps a jilted lover left on the altar. It was sad. I hope her spirit does find peace. The Silent Painter. So I was feeling a little bit ill and in bed at the time, and my bed back was then facing the door into the landing and on top of the stairs in my ex's room. It's a small space and it's kind of creepy at night, but the house wasn't haunted by anything, and even with the creepy cellar I felt comfortable there. But this was during an evening, and I asked my ex if he could get me a glass of water, so he goes downstairs to get one. It's been only a few moments, and I'm there waiting for the water, and I look to see him go into his room quickly. I only saw the back of his striped shirt and his dark hair, but the way he moved was eerily silent and direct. His head was more turned away from me, so I couldn't see his face, and I was like, "Hey, what are you off to in your room for? Did you bring my water up?" Thinking he'd forgotten or something, but absolute silence. I asked again, calling his name once, and nothing. I was getting irritated, started calling for him. Called for him over and over, more agitated, like, "Why are you ignoring me?" Then my ex asks, "What's up?" as if he's coming up the stairs, and I go cold. I say, "You're not coming up those stairs." And his face appeared, and he got the water, and he says, "Yeah? I've just seen a ghost." I realize, and I say with a cold shiver. I tell him exactly what happened, and he looks at me a little all kind of awry, and I ask him what's wrong, and he said he didn't want to say anything because he didn't want to spook me. but he felt like somebody was downstairs with him watching him and passed him to go upstairs. That's why it took longer. Also, I forgot he wasn't wearing a striped shirt. We were both shocked. We couldn't understand it. The only thing that had changed was, well, new to this house is that he brought some models home to paint for his friend because the guy who was painting them originally wasn't doing it anymore. I asked him to ask why. Turns out his friend doesn't know. He's not heard from him in ages, and in fact no one has. I asked what the guy looked like, and he said he was tall with dark hair. I tell my ex he's dead. He must have died and is basically coming to see his work, and he's done well. I told him to give his friend back the models. I didn't want them in the house, because until he died there was a really creepy presence in the house, and it felt like somebody was hovering over behind you, especially in my ex's room. It felt like somebody was in there where the models were. I had to shut his door during the day and mine at night. I didn't feel safe. I felt like I was being watched and I was creeped out. Then a while later the guy turns up at the model shop. He's alive and he really liked the painted models, and he's sad that he couldn't finish them. He's apparently very, very sick in the hospital. Didn't say why or how much, but seemed very sensitive about it. But I feel like it must have been extremely bad, like near death or possibly dying. Looked it up afterwards about living ghosts or out-of-body experiences, and I'll never forget that one. Encountered a ghost. This is about a scary encounter with what I believe to be a ghost. It's happened just about maybe 1 a.m. Still kind of in shock and recovering. I've always been very in tune with the spiritual world and recently talked about it with a friend who also believes in ghosts and other paranormal things. This weekend we went on a trip to Italy, and now we're on the way home. We are 4 people in the car. Not to get bored, we told each other scary stories. I stopped listening to the 2 in the front and started to look up stories under a subreddit to tell them. That's when suddenly I heard a hello. It sounded like it was from a distance, like pretty far behind us, and it was very clearly a female voice. It sounded like a confused woman, but also like she was scared or worried. I immediately got goosebumps and looked over to my friend to ask if she had said it because she slept the entire ride and woke up right then. The logical side wanted me to think that she said it to greet us. Turns out she did not say it. Panicked and asked loudly if anybody said hello just now. Nobody said it, nobody heard it either. Up to this point, I still had goosebumps all over my body, and I've never had them that long. I had this extremely uneasy feeling as if something was clinging on to us, or a spirit holding onto the car. I started crying, which I just randomly do, but that sensation felt so emotionally overwhelming. We then talked about the incident because I still didn't feel right. My heart beating fast, still feeling goosebumps. My friend who's driving said we just passed an ambulance in that moment. I told him we definitely passed by a dead person just now. And while talking, he asked me if I noticed the windshield wipers going off by themselves really fast and said, "No, I didn't pay attention." But that was also very creepy. A few minutes ago when I looked up our location on the map and saw we drove past the mortician and a graveyard. When we left that area, the goosebumps were gone and I quickly felt normal again, but it just doesn't sit right with me. I 100% believe that a ghost wanted to communicate with us that a dead woman's soul was roaming around the area. Something recorded me on my phone while I was asleep in bed. A few years ago, I was on vacation to Edisto Island, South Carolina with my Are there islands in South Carolina? Does SC stand for something other than South Carolina? Anyway, I was with my family, my mom, grandma, uncle, husband, and 2 of my young kids. On day 5, I noticed my storage was full on my phone, and I went to take beach pictures, and I checked and found a 23-minute long video. 23 minutes and 17 seconds to be exact, of me sleeping in the bed. After watching it a couple of times, I was scared to death. The video was taken super early in the morning and my husband was sleeping in the twin bed beside me. 2 beds in our room. I was in one, him in the other bed, while my kids are both in the kitchen with my other family members mentioned above. In the video, you can hear the voices of all my family members in the distance kind of being loud, but you can tell they're in a different room. Video zooms in on my hair for a long time, and at the angle it had to be filming me. There's absolutely no way it could have been me recording. You could see me roll over and the whole bed moved when I do, yet the phone kept recording me and stayed completely still. It moved in a weird robotic way when it did move while recording, so steady that I don't see it could have even been a person recording it. It stayed on me for most of the video, and it continued to zoom in and out of my hair and then slowly turned to my husband laying on the other bed, showing him sleeping. So it definitely wasn't him recording me. Might be too much information, but I sleep in my underwear only, so I'm positive it was not any family member trying to play a trick. None of them would have recorded me naked, and hearing them in the other room ruled them out anyway. We were staying in a condo on the 2nd floor up. Our doors were locked, and it was a small room. I don't see how somebody could have gotten in, especially without kind of waking us. Plus, they would have had to have been standing above me with my phone. Ugh, freaks me out. And also hear me starting to wake up near the end of the video, saying my husband's name while I'm half asleep, telling him, "You know, we need to get up soon." Followed by, "I'm freezing." I thought so much on this. No way to explain it, and I don't really believe in ghosts enough to say that it could have been something like that, but I just can't explain it. It still gives me chills, and I can no longer sleep with my phone beside my bed since it happened, unless it's like a charger or something. I don't know why that seems to give me some peace of mind. I'll forever try to understand such an experience. Wrong timeline worries. This year I had some unexpected and awful things happen in my personal life, which changed a lot, including where I live and what I do for work. Difficult to cope with. I'm in therapy, and I even received more intensive mental health treatment. But even little things feel different. It's hard to explain, but everything seems wrong and off like they never have before. I'm praying for something like time travel to go back and reverse what happened. And I've had my fair share of people making fun of me for this before you get started, or being in a parallel universe that I can switch out of. It's more than just dealing with unfortunate things in life. What I went through is far from being the worst thing somebody's gone through. It's just this overwhelming feeling that things in my life aren't supposed to be this way. That something's off in a deep way, like I'm in the wrong timeline. I'm someone who's always been into things of the supernatural nature. I've had experiences with ghosts, etc., but my mind's never went to these types of things when going through difficulties in the past. Anybody ever dealt with feelings like this? What'd you do? Did they go away eventually? I don't know what I did. And I don't know if they went away. I already see too much, but this Shadow Man encounter felt insane. Since I was a kid, I've seen some really dark entities, but I often come back to this specific one that happened less than a year ago. I'd first moved to Portland from Minneapolis in November of 2022, and this instance happened late winter, early spring of 2023. At the time, I was living with my aunt, and it was around 1 a.m. in the morning. Everyone was in bed, and I was in the living room playing the new Hogwarts Legacy. All lights turned off except for the cast of the TV, when all of a sudden I get a violent chill up my spine, and every hair in my body stands straight up. Immediately break into a cold sweat, and I imagine this is what prey feel like when something's locked onto them. My eyes immediately go toward the dark kitchen hallway, and I see a long dark finger wrap around the corner, and my breath stops watching this happen in slow motion. I know what comes next, and I see the head pop around the corner shortly after, and I make out the hand. Staring into a completely black face of darkness, and I know it's staring straight at me. But as soon as it looks around the corner, it went back, not to be seen again. shaking at this point, but feeling like I was looking for someone specific and not finding them. Like I wasn't who they were hoping to encounter. I don't know, granted at this time I was living with people who unfortunately stayed within stagnant negative energy, and I cleansed myself as much as possible and tried not to engage in their constant bullshit. This isn't the first time I've seen shadow people, but this is the first time I've looked one in the face, and I absolutely do not recommend. My grandpa visited me in my dreams. Basically, lately I've been curious about my grandpa who died when I was 5 years old. 34 now. Been asking my grandma what kind of person he was. His traits, his personality, because I don't remember anything of him, unfortunately. Then I asked my mom some questions. I got some information about him. But they both mentioned that he was very happy and loved me very, very much. Sadly, I don't remember any of this. So after all these days and weeks passed, I've had a very vivid dream with him. And the dream goes like that. For some reason, I'm sitting with my grandma in their house, and she's telling me to go to their bedroom because my grandpa wants to see me. I said to her, "What the fuck are you talking about? Grandpa's dead." She replies to go and see him in the bed because he wants to talk to me. Then I proceed to go to the bedroom, and I see a figure like a wrapped mummy lying on the bed with the face of my grandpa, but with some of the blurry and looked slightly slimmer than in photos with a weird neck. Anyway, as long as I walk in the doors, the conversation starts. "Hey, so you've grown so much. You know I missed you, but don't worry about me, I'm doing alright." I didn't remember if I said something, and then he said, "Come here," so I went to him and lay over and hugged him. He repeated that he missed me, and his hug was very, very warm. I actually felt his presence in my dream, and the next moment I was awake feeling weird and happy at the same time. Creepy image on my turned-off TV. Around 45 minutes ago, I stopped a YouTube video I was watching on my PC to go pee. All of my family members were asleep, so I was quite as possible. I was texting my girlfriend while walking, and when I put my phone in my pocket and watched in front of me, I saw a big baby head on my TV that's near the bathroom. I didn't think much of it, yeah, it was creepy as hell, but it was just a black screen with the face of a baby watching me. So I just thought that my sister must have left the TV on with some strange video on it. Got a strange sister. I took the remote and turned off the TV. Instead of turning off, it turned on. It was on Disney+. I tried pushing it again, and the screen just went black and the TV turned off. That means that the face I was seeing wasn't a video since the TV was turned off. I've not drank anything in the last 2 weeks either, and I definitely haven't smoked. I never even smoked in my entire life, so it can't be that. I'm not that tired, so I don't think it could be a vision or something like that either. I haven't watched videos or films that had a face on them, and neither have I watched horror films in the last weeks. I honestly don't know what to think. Just 16 and telling this to my parents would make them kind of think that I'm stupid or that I use some kind of drug, or they would just laugh it off, but I know what's real and I know what isn't. And that was indeed real. Have I stepped foot in something big, or has my mind just made everything up? I don't know. But I hope to see you guys tomorrow. See ya. Does my dad need my help? My father passed away in his sleep almost 9 years ago. I was always sensitive to energies or spirits, whatever you refer to them as. So when my father passed away, I fully expected to be able to at least feel his spirit in one way or another. I've dealt with a lot of unexplained paranormal activity in my life, ranging from things moving, hearing voices, seeing figures, etc., which coincidentally stopped after my father passed. In the last 9 years, I've never once had any exchanges or experiences with my father besides in my dreams. When he first passed away, my dreams were always about him, asking for help. It would always be something stupid like him calling me in the yard to help with something in the yard, and one time he asked me for help fixing a bicycle. And one time I had a dream that he was in jail and was calling me asking him to bring him a sandwich because the food was terrible. In that dream, I drove a bike down a sort of back alleyway that led behind the jail. We sat on a picnic table eating sandwiches. When I told him I had to go, he said, "I know, Mama, just 5 more minutes." We just sat in silence. There have been other dreams that I can't really remember in detail right now, but in the beginning, he always needed help with something. Most recently, I had a dream that my father came home from jail. I don't know what's up with the jail, and my dad wasn't a criminal, I think. And I was showing him his grandson, and the time I asked him for help fixing things around the house, and he got annoyed and said, Yeah, I know, but I have to fix your tire first. And then I woke up to a completely flat tire. Why am I always dreaming that my father needs help? Think about it. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, the hub of the inexplicable wonders. Join us as we journey through the unknown, one eerie tale at a time. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Maybe drop a comment. Let's get ready to embrace the mystery together. Farm located on a road named after a lost enslaved person's graveyard. In 2016, my husband and I purchased a foreclosed home on over 10 acres in 2016. When my friend sent me the listing, I saw the street name and I was curious. I don't know what it would actually mean in the near future. I won't be posting the name of the street or the state we live in just for safety reasons. Why? I listen in too much true crime, and I know better. Some of y'all weirdos. The history. The graveyard. My street is named after the long-lost graveyard that was the final resting place for many people in a small community of enslaved peoples. There is written and transcribed history of its location, but it's never been found, and all that remember its location have now passed on. The only major clue we have is that it's marked by a large brown stone. In our area, stones and boulders are not common, so that would be a good landmark. It's never been located. The reason this graveyard is notable is for one supposed resident. From my reading, he was a well-known enslaved man who became a soldier and later a talented author. He published multiple books. His life is fairly well documented, but the end of his life is where the details fray. Due to being forced into hiding, his whereabouts became hard to track. Some say he perished in Pennsylvania, while local lore insists he died and was buried here. Other known residents, Henny. There have been stories as well as information listed in records and maps of a descendant of enslaved people, a woman named Henny who also lived in this area. One of my neighbors who had lived in this land since childhood remembers her when she was living. I have another neighbor who recently built his home on family land. One day I had the pleasure of meeting his extended family. They were telling me about their history on the land, where the eldest grandmother told me of her mother's cabin. She pointed into the woods nearby where I knew the ruins of a cabin were and said, My mama was Mrs. Henny, and I was born in a cabin right over there. Henny is relevant later. The spooky. I'm just going to list these in order. The distorted broadcast. We had to do a large amount of renovation where we bought the home, so we spent time there. Very little furniture, no TV, no stereo, no radio. We used headphones for audio entertainment, but mostly it was very quiet there. I'd been at the house all day, and I'd been hearing this strange garbled sound all day as well. It was faint, but it sounded as if you had an AM radio on between two stations. I could hear talking, but not understand the words, and there was some static along with an occasional few notes of out-of-tune music. I had been hearing this all day and finally mentioned it to my husband when he came home. He sort of froze and stared at me. I said, "What?" Then he told me that he had been out in the woods exploring and found an old glass tube radio. He, of course, thought that it was neat and brought it home, put it in the basement just that morning. The door. There's a door going between my basement to my garage. It's large, heavy, and poorly fitted, and a pain to open and close. When you close it, there's quite a big sound from the big door squeezing into the almost too small frame. I've been home alone on multiple occasions when I know that this door is closed, and I suddenly hear it close on its own, without even hearing it open. The elemental. I consider myself sort of sensitive to things beyond the veil. Enough so that I've educated myself on the different manifestations that can occur. I strongly believe there's something that resides in my basement that is not human. It's energy without a face, but a lot of opinions. We've experienced cold breezes, lights going off and on, and just a general feeling of fuck off. Not in a violent way, but in a I've manifested here, this is mine, get out kind of way. Some days it doesn't mind sharing space, others you feel as if you're being rushed or pushing you out of its area. It seems to mind me less than my husband and former dog walker. It could be who shuts and, I assume, has to open the door. The lighter. My entire life I've believed in the paranormal, but I'd never experienced something that I couldn't explain. That changed in this house. My husband and I were cooking dinner when a series of strange events occurred. I'd fully moved into the house and had the Alexa playing music. We were listening along with the song changed mid-chorus to Tequila Makes Her Clothes Fall Off. And this is going to seem made up, but I swear to y'all, this is what happened next. A bottle of Patron that had been sitting on the counter since our wedding a year earlier. We don't drink, it was leftovers and had been sealed since. It suddenly expelled its cork onto the counter. We both watched it happen. Taking my cue that something wasn't right here, I went to grab some sage from storage. How I thought that was going to help, I do not know, but from the kitchen I hear my husband shout, "No, fuck this, burn the whole house down." I come back in confused and he says while pointing to one or two long-nosed lighters that we had in the counter because our stove wasn't lighting properly, "That lighter just spun around on the table completely on its own." He pointed to the purple lighter with the red one beside it. I was shocked and rejected the idea as some sort of joke. I said, "No, it didn't. You're making that up." I finished my sentence and watched as right in front of me the red lighter did its own spin as if spun by an invisible hand. That is one sight I cannot explain or dismiss. The emergency. At 4 a.m., I'm passed out on the couch. The house was quiet. Suddenly, there's loud banging and flashlights at my front door. I scream. My husband comes running out of the room in his drawers and answers the door to 4 county police officers. Their guns are drawn. Once he verifies that he's the homeowner, they ask if anybody was in distress. He told them no and asked why. Apparently, the sheriff's department had received not 1 but 3 calls from our landline to 911. They only heard screaming. We don't have a landline phone. Even more than that, the power company accidentally cut our physical landline cable in the ground over a year prior. Henny. This story is borrowed from my neighbor who knew Henny. When my neighbor was a child, her father was a farmer, used to give Henny produce. Every day, Henny would walk 2 miles over fields and woods to pick up various veggies from his farm. Now, this wouldn't be that odd, but Henny was just in her 80s and completely blind. Stories were told that Henny was a witch, and this is how she managed the journey without her sight. Even more stories about her sight was lost. They said that when she was much younger, she had found out her husband had been having multiple affairs. To punish him, she cast a spell or brewed a potion that made him deaf, blind, and mute so that no woman would want him. The payoff for that spell was that when he died, she would also suffer one of the 3 fates. He died years later, and suddenly she went blind. Many years later after her passing, her cabin still partially standing, but mostly overtaken by the woods. My neighbor and her brother were riding horses down the road. Suddenly, these calm, bomb-proof, quiet, sensible horses planted their feet, refused to move another inch. No matter what they did to push them forward, the horses pranced, pawed, and wanted to turn back down the road. When my neighbor looked to find why they were so upset, she followed their gaze to the edge of the woods where the halls of Henny's cabin stood. And there within a window was Henny watching them with her milky blind eyes. Smaller occurrences. Just weird little things that have happened that don't have a whole story attached. Barn. We cleared land and built a barn in 2019. Since then, I've heard the songs of a child and the voice of a man in the barn. Clear enough that I've gone looking for them. I don't know the workings of new structures attracting spirits, but we've never experienced this before the barn was built. Seems that if there's a spirit of a female child, she likes horses. I do find missing things in places that make no sense at all, like she's playing with me. I never heard the singing and the harsh male voice at the same time, so I don't think they get on. The lights in the woods. When we moved to the property and there was no one around for acres and thick mature forest was surrounding us. We cleared some land for a paddock for our horses and started noticing a warm orange light in the woods just beyond the fence line. I saw the light one night and we insisted that we would investigate in case it was somebody camping in our woods. My husband wasn't interested in seeing the spooky light in the woods and said that we should wait till daytime and then look. The next day we hiked up there to see what it could be. We found the ruins of another cabin that we didn't know was there. Exactly where the light was shining. We still see the light. Man in overalls. Both my husband and I have sort of out of the corner of my eye type of thing seen an older black man with curly white hair wearing overalls. Usually when we're out doing something on the land, we see him walking on the farm like he's got somewhere to be. No interactions, just a brief flash of him and movement, and then he's gone. I have no explanation as to what actually transpired. I was there, and I don't even believe it. The following happened this past Sunday. For background on myself, I'm almost 42, and I'm very rational and analytical about things. I did very well in science classes for being able to think from many angles about the functions of things and so on and so forth. I'm an atheist skeptic. You get the idea. However, what transpired boggles me so, and strangely each morning since that memory of that very day seems to get foggy and I need to try harder to recall anything about that day. Which is why I'm cementing it as pretty much great detail as possible with these events. I have a weekend job working in a community center for a major city. My tasks are to oversee renters who rent out portions or rooms at the center. The building I work in was built in 1951 and has an auditorium that also acts as a basketball court now. Once it was used as a movie theater in its early days. Many of the renters of the facility as a whole are various Christian groups of all varieties. Some hold Sunday school or a mass-like service, or too many AA meetings. The auditorium is used for a major mass-like service with several hundred chairs, and lucky me has been scheduled to work as sole worker the past several months on Sundays. I'd be breaking down the event, which mainly consists of putting away the chairs and rented items back into storage. I've done this for over a year now, but only in the past few months I've worked alone on this. I'm reliable and physically very capable of doing it alone, which is probably why my boss has me scheduled alone. Typically, there's a brief overlap of time where at least 2 employees are scheduled, usually a half hour or an hour. The coworker before me is the most trusted worker there, and the one who's worked there the longest, though he's much younger than me. But I trust him, and him and I get things done. Once a month, a larger dance event takes place in the auditorium and needs to begin with setup shortly after the mass meeting, after that concludes, because it's a big event that requires a lot of furniture. I was scheduled to work at my usual time at about 1:30 p.m. It varies very slightly from week to week. The renters of the auditorium have the place rented until about 1:30 p.m., but they pretty much always are just out after 1. I arrive at work and head to the office to see the day's itinerary and retrieve keys for the building rooms. I see coworkers and they're chatting a bit in the office about what needs to be done. As usual, he's completed everything, or just about, which always leaves me just going straight to the auditorium to begin breaking down the setup. So he goes off to deal with some renters and get signatures, and I head off to the auditorium to begin. This is pure routine, as it always is. But this time, there are 3 sets of double doors to the auditorium. I'll normally go through one of the first 2 double doors, but as I approach the doors, all seems normal. Until I stop directly in front of the door. I suddenly hear loud noises coming from inside the auditorium. To me, they sound as if people are moving things around. So in my mind, I'm thinking the renters maybe had a couple of larger items that are there, only now strolling out of the auditorium through the back double door. So I pull out my key, unlock the door, open the door just enough that I could sneak in without letting anybody know that they're maybe outside, catch a peek at what's being moved. There's nothing that I can see, but what I do see as soon as I enter the building is a mechanical shuttered door to one of the storage rooms. There are 2 storage rooms. They're being manipulated, as if someone's inside pushing or punching different spots on the door. I begin walking down the first aisle nearest the door as I normally do. I take a good look at the entire place and see not a single person or moving thing beside the single door. My coworker made no mention to me that there was anybody in the storage room, but I'm thinking maintenance worker, even though the maintenance doesn't work on Sunday. Slowly walking down the court floors, I'm staring at this moving door, and yet I see nobody at all. I was wondering why both doors to that storage room are shut. The one that's being pushed about is a wider door in which the basketball court moved through to be stored, so we also use it to roll in and out the stacks of chairs out of storage. The other door is the single-sized, sort of manual metal rolling shutting door. The kind you have to reach for the bottom and lift up into the ceiling as it rolls away. But this door you can walk across the storage room and reach the controls for the electronic double door. But both doors are completely closed, so I'm wondering why they wouldn't at least have the smaller one opening, assuming that they were working on the larger door. So I begin walking around even slower toward the storage room as I'm trying to piece together what's going on. I reach for my back pocket, pull out my phone to send a text to my coworker. To ask if someone was working inside the storage room. I just then begin to hear voices, and I look over the double exit door, which I initially thought would be used to be moving something large out of, and I assume I'm hearing voices through that door, but no. They're coming from the storage room's direction. They are very tiny, very dirty windows with almost no airflow because they're so covered in dust, and even then on the outside of the windows they have old-fashioned metal rain deflectors. But I begin thinking to myself that maybe the voices are coming from outside that window. I'm just hearing them over the barrage of banging on the door. At this point, I'm at the last section of rows of chairs. There are 3 large sections of rows of chairs, and the aisle I sort of entered the court floor from is at the start of the middle aisle. The whole time I was working my way to the end of that aisle and the beginning at aisle nearest the storage room. I'm walking incredibly slow at this point, trying to figure out what's going on. When I reach the start of that 3rd aisle, shit gets real. The pounding crashes with my footsteps to the point I look down at my feet and legs and see if I'm triggering something, but nothing at all. With each single step I take, the pounding becomes more intense. The door is being pushed out so far now that I can sort of see the darkness from the room behind it at an angle, and I'm watching like a hawk, trying to spot what's pushing it out. The last 3 steps I took were the most intense thing, where I had to admit to even myself might be beyond what I'm thinking. I'm suddenly getting the sense that I'm not wanted, or I'm being intimidated by whoever's behind this prank or otherwise. I'm fixated on the pounding, moving door now, and I swear I hear or sense something else to my right. I'm imagining that? The pounding door synchronized with my movement is not imagined. I reached the very last chair of the aisle. Maximum everything at this time, and I'm expecting to see something with my own eyes that should not be seen. My right foot comes down firm and slow at the last chair. The instant my foot hits the floor, everything stops. Goes to absolute quiet. That was in an instant. No cool down, slow down of any kind, just instant with my foot crossing that last boundary. When that happens, regardless of whatever was causing it, it was intentional and I was being watched, which is what creeped me out. That very moment I freeze in my tracks completely, not knowing what to expect in that instant. In that first brief moment of silence, I give the loudest, most serious "fuck this" I've ever spoken. Still frozen in place, I'm just about to begin writing the text to my coworker if somebody was inside the room, but the instant my thumb touches the screen, I heard the lobby door that I entered, and still frozen in place, I turned my head as far around as I could. And I see who entered, and it is my coworker. Seeing him suddenly freeze up my body, and I finally move and turn around to look at him. He missed it by seconds, easily less than 10 seconds, and he heard nothing, he saw nothing. He quickly just comes down the aisle, and I ask him in a very serious tone and face. I tell him when I was about to text him, and I ask him, is somebody in the storage room doing something? He says no, and just walks past me into the smaller manual door. I quickly tell him to give me a simple response. I can give him that door was moving as something was just behind it moving it. Tell him that I was going to wait for him because there might be a person in there or an animal, and I don't want to get surprise attacked by either. So he says, let's check it out. He opens the smaller door and I follow him in. It's completely dark in there, and he reaches in and turns on the light and makes his way over to the electronic door. Nothing. Nothing in there at all. All is suddenly quiet and normal as it has been for over the past year. Nothing out of the norm, really, except for whatever that thing I just encountered was. He obviously just dismisses me as he hits the door button to raise the door and says it was probably the wind. I tell him with the most serious face and tone, that was not the wind. I then point at the door and ask him if in all the years he's been here, if we've ever seen this door move for any reason at all. Be it the wind or anything besides, going up or down when being manually controlled to do so. He thinks for a second and looks at me and shakes his head and says no. I tell him exactly. I've never seen it move ever for any reason in the entire time I've worked there. He doesn't know what to say and just shrugs. I've no clue what to say as I'm still rattled and astounded by what had just transpired. With nothing else to say, I give a hopeless, sarcastic, I guess it was just ghosts then. To which he immediately responds in a seriously quiet voice, don't say that. He then looks at me and says, this place is haunted. He mentions that in particular the auditorium. So it has been said. Who or where we heard this from, I didn't ask. I said, thanks for letting me know, or something like that. I then sigh and tell him I don't tell people anything about this, but at times I sometimes see what looks like a figure walking up there. And that's as I begin to point at the foyer. He immediately interjects, "Up there, right?" He tells me he's also seen what looked like a person walking along that same area and then just vanish. I tell him that I see it somewhat common, and I even saw it the day before. But I always chalked it up to my imagination or a trick of the light. I also tell him of something that happened more recently when I was on the other side of the court. It's where I thought I saw someone quickly dart toward me with a few feet, but when I turned to look, nothing was there. My blood run cold that time because I thought somebody had snuck up on me and was going to attack me. I tell him, well, at least we're not crazy, or at least we're seeing the same thing, whatever it may be. Because of that big event we had sort of set up for, I needed help from another worker from another department whom I knew and worked with before in that same setup. So at least I wasn't alone in that room for the rest of the time there. Even the janitorial ladies showed up earlier and sat in the seats waiting for us to finish up, so I was never really alone the rest of the time, save the very last few minutes. I tell the other worker of what just happened minutes before, and he gets freaked out and believes me. He says he doesn't want to stay in the auditorium. Everything else goes normal as follows, and the setup gets done earlier than normal since I adopt a more efficient way of switching out furniture. Several times during the setup, I go into the storage room and look around for a possible explanation for what just happened. A silent tornado somehow coming through the window? Nah. Air pressure difference between rooms. Doesn't look like it would really explain the nature of the way this was pounded. I figured a pressure difference would be a one-time thing, like an instant, not a barrage. I just witnessed this barrage. And even then all the doors were sealed and locked. Mechanical? I know something mechanics like an electric desk can sort of go both directions at times and tremble. I mean, with the controls on the door, not only can I not make it do that, but the machine is so slow to torque up that I couldn't even get it to move at any speed to get it remotely disruptive. Not only that, but the door doesn't even move in the way it had been moving outward. Some serious force was needed to push it out like that. I then did notice a ladder that I've never seen before, at least never gave any attention to. It was just a little sort of past the mechanical door. It was the kind of ladder that's built into a building and led up into a blackened ceiling above. I didn't hear any noise after the silence began, and I look at the base of the ladder, and it's completely surrounded by industrial fans. Someone would have had to jump over the fans to reach the ladder. Not impossible, so I wasn't ruling this out. But it's the only other obvious rational thing I could think of. We nearly finished the setup, and my leaves just go back to him, go back to his apartment with very little more to do, and I still have the janitor lady now cleaning up the floor. I quickly finish up and now have to deal with closing the storage room doors. This was the point where I tested the mechanisms and controls to see if it could be a mechanical thing in nature. And it was pure coincidence that it began and ended where it did with only me as the only witness. I closed the mechanical door, plan how to get out of there as fast as possible with the light still on. I get to the smaller door and stand outside, just barely close enough to flip the light switch on inside. That little door is so heavy that when closed quickly it makes the loudest gunshot-like sound, like it's hitting the floor. So I always close it really slow to avoid that and hurting my ears. Not this time. I flipped that switch, slammed shut that door as fast as I could, and then pressed my luck further. I didn't want to come back to the auditorium, and I sent the sort of lighting in advance to the renters' arrivals, their preferred dance setting, which happens to be fairly dark. I took a good look around from the stage of the auditorium where the lighting controls are and plotted it in. Once I saw the lighting was good, I headed straight to the exit. I can't recall if the janitor was still in the room at the time. I don't think she was. I head to the double doors, and for the first time, instead of locking them until the renter arrived, I left them wide open into the sunlit lobby to back into the office to wait for another coworker who was closing. He was 30 minutes late, but he did bring good New York-style pizza, so I forgave him. I told him what had happened. He said the same thing as I would have, at least if I were in his shoes. Very skeptical and mentioned all the possible causes. I told him I wouldn't have believed it either had I not been there. and that I was still expecting to have someone jump out with video footage of a prank. I'm still expecting that to this very moment, actually. I tell him that I'm at a crossroads trying to decide if I write about it at the end of the day report, but if I did, I wouldn't know what to write or what to include. So I go back home, back to my normal life, my weekday job, more or less, but I still try to rationalize what transpired. Of course, I told my friends, but I didn't go over the details in any way like I am here. A couple of days later on Tuesday, my aunt visits because my mother had been admitted to the hospital for some serious, possibly life-threatening condition. She shines off for months. My aunt is asking me how I feel about the whole situation, and I tell her that I've been expecting it for a long time, and I'm adjusted to what may come. I tell her I'm more disturbed by what just occurred to me at work, and I tell her she's religious, but also has an open mind, and she reminded me of a recent story of a group of people who lived in a small, mall for over a year hidden away. Suddenly it seemed to click in my head. It made the most rational means. Why would they do that to me, and let alone how it happened? Beats me, but I'm so troubled by this incident that I contacted my boss and asked her if she'd ever had anyone like a vagrant or something occupy the space above the storage room. She tells me that there are some who sleep around the building, but not inside. I tell her she may want to send somebody to check to make sure nobody's up there, or to send an exorcist. She inquires why, and I tell her as best as I could without sounding crazy, basically saying that somebody might be up there. They also mention that I've seen things, and I saw something I've never seen before in all my time there. Not even a fraction, she asks me to give some examples of stuff I'd seen. I respond to her that it's sort of the kind of stuff nobody talks about, and left it at that. But I did mention the story of the people living in the mall to her. She said she was going to have a complete walkthrough of the area the following day, which was yesterday, Wednesday. I started writing this Wednesday night, and it's now 1 a.m. Thursday, at the moment at least. I have no other update, but I did see that she altered the current schedule so that there would be longer overlaps of workers during the setup and breakdown of the auditorium, so that way there would be a minimum of 2 people there. I have nothing else to report. I was planning on doing some ghost hunting or detective work this coming Saturday and Sunday. But I received a doctor's note today that my back is a bit messed up from doing the auditorium by myself, so I'll be off this weekend. I'm sure people are going to think I chickened out, and I'm sure word spread around the entire center and beyond, and still expecting footage of my reaction to pop up somewhere in social media as some sort of Ghostbusters tie-in, or like an extension of the $666,000 $666 income late night with the devil. Like some sort of marketing tactic. Also, there are no cameras anywhere inside the center. There might be one at the receptionist desks, if at all. At no time was I ever afraid, just curious and creeped out. You wrote that in capital letters, sir, and that's not what I remember just reading. One thing. Several hours later, as the dance is nearing the actual start time, I get a person sort of associated with the renter of the dance who I have to deal with before, and he tells me that there's no power on the stage outlets. It's never happened to him before, but they need my help, so I go. There's always a female DJ who provides the music from the stage, but this time it was a new guy who was very tall and slender. He tells me that the outlets on stage right are not working. I test them, and they are indeed not working. I text my boss to inform her, and she states that I may need to contact a special department to come over here to do it. I'm not going to do that, as I don't want to deal with anyone or even be in that room. I borrow the DJ's extension hub with the power indicator light to test for a working outlet. I find one on the other side of the stage. I tell the DJ I found one, and he says, great. I route it to the front of the table where he's set up and done. I begin to walk away toward the steps to kind of the court floor, and he stops me. I turn around, and it's very dark, so I have a hard time seeing his face in that moment. He asks me my name, and I tell him. He reaches out his hand to me, and I shake his, and he says, thank you. My name is... Then he says something that completely got me off guard. He says, you are a real man, don't let anybody tell you otherwise." I sort of chuckled because I'm not sure what he means, and because it was really awkward that really just happened. Didn't expect the gratitude and especially the comment, but as I turn around, I'm facing the door, and I pondered to myself. What did you ponder to yourself? You got me. Travertine Hot Springs. This past October, I went on a road trip up the mountain with my mom and my sister. My mom had been trying out in the springs, for a pretty good while, but I always had work and other obligations. Growing up in New Mexico, we'd visit our local hot springs at least twice a month, and Travertine reminded her of an old spot. It was a long drive, medium hike, and a short dip, but it was worth it. Brought our dogs with us, and they loved every minute. Once the sun started getting low, the dogs got anxious. We decided to pack up and head up. My dogs started barking, so I decided to take them out on the trail ahead a few yards and walk back to the group. I got maybe 50 yards up in the trail, and I stopped. "This is a bad idea. Dummy, it's almost dark, and there might be cats out. We need to be in a group," I said aloud to myself. Then I heard what sounded like a shrieking whirlwind surrounding me and Henry. Henry cowered between my legs. The treetops weren't moving, but the wind continued, and I heard two women whispering to each other from behind me. "Let's keep whispering and talking about him, so he'll come and we'll see what we're saying." I turned around and I saw my mom just getting on the trail and my sister halfway, about 25 yards between us. That's not whispering distance. The wind fades away, but it sounded like laughter. I stood still and waited for my mom and sister to catch up. I was worried that turning around when I heard my name might have been confirmation enough for them to attach. We got back to the truck and my mom unlocked with her keys and had us pack while she used the outhouse. We were the last vehicle in the lot, and we haven't seen anyone in about half an hour. When we finished packing, my sister waited for the truck with the dogs. After a few minutes, my mom comes back and asks if she gave us the keys. "Nope, sorry Mom, you had them the whole time. Did you drop them in the hole?" She didn't, but spent some time searching, and it was odd. My sister suggested that I walk down the trail, and I suggest that comes with me because it's dark and there could be cougars. We found the keys placed neatly on a post down the trail from the lot. I clicked the key fob, and it wasn't in range. Let's get out of here. It had snowed the week before, and so we drove slow on the way back down the mountain, and while chatting on the way down, Mom randomly drops, "You two know that if you hear your name called in the woods not to follow it, right?" I laugh and I go, "Wait, so that definitely wasn't you then?" My mom's posture goes stiff and she says not to talk about it as we're still driving. Especially not at the woods at night. We grab a pizza for the rest of the drive home and don't talk about it. My mom drops me off and my roommates were watching the prom scene from Carrie. The scream sounded just like that whirlwind. The next day I asked my mom what the hell that was all about, and she told me little girls were calling her name, trying to lure her away from us further down the path. Red shoes. My grandpa lives in an older house by himself. My grandma passed away in August of 2021, leaving behind a house full of old antiques. Each room is filled with all sorts of things, from old glassware to old bonnets that ladies and girls used to wear. She collected many different things. She was a hoarder, but kept her house clean and her antiques organized. Anyways, throughout the years of her collecting strange things would accompany and kind of happen. They would hear whispering, see people that they can't explain in their house, ghosts in parentheses, etc. After a while, they got used to it. Since she's passed away, has continued to have paranormal experiences. This experience happened recently. There are 3 bedrooms in the house. My grandpa used to sleep in the bedroom in the back, but ever since my grandma passed, he moved himself to the bedroom up front. He figured that it was easier for him to get to the bathroom. One night, he got up in the middle of the night to go use the bathroom. He's very used to paranormal things happening to him, but this experience scared him. He started walking to the bathroom and stopped dead in his tracks. In front of him stood a woman. He said that she was wearing a white dress with red shoes. She had blonde hair that was tied back. Hey, not black for a change. Or white. He stood there as she walked toward him and didn't say a word. She didn't say anything to him as she walked toward him. Next thing you know, she vanished right before his eyes. Stood there for a few seconds wondering what just happened. He told me that after he witnessed that, he no longer had to go to the bathroom. He has not seen her since. I asked him, did she look transparent or did she look like a regular person? He said she didn't look transparent and she didn't look like a random person. It was just like something walking toward him in the house until she disappeared. He said that this really spooked him and he hopes that he doesn't see her again. And I don't blame him. Baby monitor. This is my grandpa's story. My grandma passed away in about 2021 of cancer. But before this, my grandpa took care of her in her house before she passed. In order for him to do chores around the house or backyard, he had to put a baby monitor in the living room so he could hear if my grandma needed something. After she passed, he decided to keep it in the living room so he could hear if somebody broke into his house. Since he now lived alone and his hearing isn't the best. He kept the other half in the monitor in his room where he slept. He told me he would sometimes hear voices coming from the living room at night through the monitor. He could never decipher what they were saying. It sounded like chatter. He couldn't understand. He got used to this until one night he heard a familiar voice come through. He was laying in bed trying to fall asleep and he heard my grandma's voice call for him. What he heard was, "Jerry, Jerry." He was shocked to hear her voice calling his name. He got up out of bed to check the living room. For a split second he forgot that she had passed. Once he got into the living room, he didn't see anyone in there and he was just creeped out and went back to bed. He hasn't heard her voice since. The Soldier. This is my dad's story. With all of the weirdest things that have happened, this one takes the cake. My dad doesn't really speak of many paranormal experiences. This one freaked him out enough, though. And if he told me, it must be something. One night he went to bed with my mom and their dogs. My dad falls asleep pretty fast, but for some reason that night he couldn't. Some background information. My parents at the time had 2 cats. Sweet Pea and Baby Princess. My sister named her when she was 6. Their cats would sometimes go into their room when they were sleeping. My parents always slept with their door open. I could never really do that. It creeps me out. Their room is the first room where you would reach at the top of the steps. Anyways, my dad was laying in bed, tossing and turning. He flipped on his back and closed his eyes. When he was laying there, he felt a pressure going up his legs. He figured the cats are walking up his legs. He then realized the pressure was going up his legs and ended up to his chest. He couldn't move a muscle. That's when he started to choke. His eyes popped open and he looked over and there was a figure standing over him with his hands around my dad's throat. According to my dad, the figure had a black World War II Nazi uniform on with a black uniform hat that had a swastika on it. The choking lasted for some time until my dad told it to get the fuck off him. Then it disappeared. My dad was freaked out. Got up and checked inside all of our bedrooms and throughout the house, but couldn't find anyone anywhere. Everyone was asleep. I asked my dad why he thought the Nazi was choking him. He said he wasn't sure why. Maybe he was an old, angry relative. My grandma grew up in Germany through the war, and my grandma's dad was a Nazi. So to say the least, he had some relatives that were in the war. I'm not sure why this ghost attacked my dad, because he was the strongest in the house, but who knows? My dad isn't one to make up stories like this, so I believe him. He's a very strong and brave man, and it takes a lot for him to get scared. He told me that this really got to him and that he was scared for us, and this is why he got up and searched throughout the house. Usually, if paranormal things happen, he doesn't say much because he didn't want to scare us when we were kids. I know that some of you might think that he had sleep paralysis when this happened, but my dad didn't suffer from this. He told me that this was the first and only time he couldn't move like this. The Amish Girl. My grandma throughout the years collected old antiques. Every room in her house was full of them, from paintings to pottery and everything in between. Since she had all of these antiques, my grandpa and my door just slammed shut. From paintings to pottery and everything in between, since she had all of these antiques, my grandpa and her experienced a lot of paranormal things. This experience happened when she was in her room. One day my grandma decided that she wanted to sleep with her head in the bottom of the bed in front of the AC unit where she had her window. She fell asleep and was sleeping for a bit, and next thing you know, she hears this noise coming from one of her dressers. She opens her eyes and saw a little girl playing and dropping the dresser bail pull. The girl wasn't facing her when she was playing with the pull. My grandma quickly closed her eyes because she couldn't believe what she had seen. She waited a few seconds before she opened her eyes again. When she opened her eyes again, the little girl was close to her face, staring at her. My grandma got really scared and closed her eyes again, and when she again opened them, the little girl was gone. My grandma told me that after she experienced that, she never slept on the bottom of the bed again. She also never saw this little girl again either. I asked her what the girl looked like. Grandma said she had like a bonnet and a long dress with long sleeves. My grandma actually had an old bonnet that she had in one of her rooms in the house. I fully believe that the little girl used to own this bonnet, and this is why my grandma saw her in her room. My grandparents have had so many experiences in their house that I fully believe my grandma's story. The Uninvited Guest at a School Trip. The year was 2000. Our all-girls school trip to Hill Station was a whirlwind of excitement. 3 nights, 4 days, packed with sightseeing and cultural events. On the first evening, a fun-filled program kept most of us entertained. 3 classmates, however, opted to skip it due to travel fatigue. The second night, after a day of exploration, we huddled in our room, 8 of us. Spooky stories, a staple of school outings, filled the air. Laughter and goosebumps danced in the flickering lamplight as the clock struck 3 a.m. before we finally drifted off to sleep. Around 4 a.m., a chilling sound shattered the silence. Short, periodic bursts of laughter. It was M, the resident prankster. I liked this guy. But something was off. Her laughter lacked its usual warmth, replaced by an unsettling emptiness. We thought it was a joke, but a slap on the arm, sort of from S, didn't faze her, and her laughter morphed into rapid-fire gasps. By 4:30 a.m., our bed began to vibrate violently. Panic surged. Was somebody having a seizure? Flicking on the light, we witnessed a horrifying sight. M's body contorted in an unnatural tremor. Little P bravely reached out to comfort her, but M lunged, teeth bared. We scrambled to pull P back as M, in a frenzy, tore into the mattress, leaving a smear of blood. The convulsions subsided, leaving her collapsed, eyes rolling back. Fear, cold and suffocating, gripped us. We alerted our teachers and the school principal. Our school principal was a reverend nun. They rushed in and offered prayers, blessing the room. M, drained but peaceful, slept deeply. Later, the principal questioned us about that night's events. We confessed to the ghost stories, and shockingly, the 3 girls who missed the cultural program revealed a secret: a Ouija board session. They'd used a chart paper and summoned a spirit that wouldn't leave. After much pleading, they managed to send it back. But perhaps it lingered. Notably, Em was sleeping on the exact spot where the board had been placed. The next day, Em awoke with a fever, oblivious to the night's horrors. This instant left an indelible mark on us, a chilling reminder of the unseen forces that sometimes lurk in the shadows. Thought that was good writing until that last paragraph. Gave me a red flag. It was too easy and fun to read. Graveyard at Night. A couple of years back, my friends and I decided to book an Airbnb to celebrate Christmas. We ended up finding one for a good price, except it was in a rural area. What we didn't realize was that it was right across the road from a graveyard. Once we arrived after a long drive, we unpacked our things and decided to explore the area. There was a couple houses down the road, but the rest of the land was empty. Surrounding us, and basically a huge field with tall, dry grass. We noticed the graveyard, but didn't go inside of it. After a couple of days, we were hanging out in the kitchen after dinner. It was already dark, and it must have been around 10:30. One of my friends then suggested that we go explore the graveyard, since we haven't actually been inside of it yet. We talked about the idea for a while, and 2 of my friends decided to stay at the house. That left 3 of us to go exploring. We found a flashlight and walked across the street. By then, it was already 11 o'clock. We walked around for a bit, just reading the names on the graves, scaring each other, etc. The friend carrying the flashlight walked away, while 2 of us were left in the dark. The girl that was left with me got scared and ran toward the friend with the light, but she accidentally tripped on someone's grave and stumbled. But while she was still regaining her balance, she stepped forward and tripped over the same guy's tombstone. She was all right, luckily. Nothing creepy had happened, so we were slightly disappointed. We went to bed, and I was sharing a bed with the girl who had tripped. At like 2 a.m., she was aggressively shaking me. She said she heard knocking on the window beside her bed. We were silent for a couple of minutes, but didn't hear anything. I lied back down, except as soon as I did that, I heard knocking on the wall. We were both pretty scared at this point. We decided that if we heard it one more time, we would wake up our friends. We waited for time to pass, and after a while, we heard 2 sharp knocks against the bed frame. We immediately got up to wake our friends, but they didn't believe us. To this day, we're still not sure what that was. The Ghost Brother. This happened to me when I moved to Bangalore with my master's degree. I stayed at an Air Force hostel, and the Air Force providing accommodation for the children of its personnel. Let me describe the hostel setup. There were 4 buildings, 2 of which were horizontally adjacent to each other. The above is a top view of the hostel building, with G representing the building for girls and B for boys. My room, G1, was the second to last toward the B1 building. A dot represents a large banyan tree in the middle of the compound, which covered all 4 buildings. And because most defense campuses have lush greenery, the hostel stayed cool. The girls' buildings were extra secure with barbed wire and CCTV, and nobody could enter or leave after 9 p.m. Here's an idea of my room. My bed was placed next to the door and window, with the washroom opposite the side. The hostel buildings were 2-story buildings. My room was on the ground floor. The floor plan consisted of a long balcony in front of rooms in a single row. Now let me share my experience. This incident took place in July when the college session had ended. Not many people were around, and my roommate hadn't arrived yet. I was undergoing the counseling and college section process at that time. This basically meant I didn't have any classes to attend yet. Most of my days were spent watching Netflix true crime documentaries or YouTube true crime or short horror films. A few people in the hostel had some semester-end exams left, so they were there, but mostly the hostels were empty. As usual that day, I was binge-watching some series. When it was around 3 a.m., I suddenly started hearing someone walking on the first-floor corridor. At first, I was quite unbothered, but the footsteps got heavier over time. Meanwhile, I heard that somebody from the first-floor corridor balcony dragging a heavy metal object on the floor as well. I was annoyed at this point, but went out to ask the other girl whom I knew would walk around at night rather, and walk more quietly, maybe. However, I've never heard her walk around like this at this hour at least before. Went out to my corridor balcony and peeped up, but no one was there. So I come back in and thought to myself that it was probably something related to the video I was watching and rewound to check. Now for context, I don't like light in my room, so my room's light was off. But the washroom's light was on, casting a dim light. From the corner of my eye, I saw the silhouette of a manly figure standing there, holding some kind of metal chair in his hand. Immediately, I switched on the light in my room, and right after that, I heard the same sound of someone walking and dragging something just outside my room on my corridor balcony. I tried checking for my window, which is right above my bed, but no one was there. At this point, I thought to myself that all this was in my mind, and it was playing tricks on me. Never given much thought to the paranormal, and this couldn't be something of that sort. I do know there's negative energy and positive energy, but I'd never thought about the paranormal. So I kept my laptop aside and went to sleep, telling myself that I'd had enough crime and blood for one day. The next day I went to my friend's room, and the girl who sometimes walked at night was there too, but it was never past 12 o'clock that she would walk in the corridor. I asked the girl if it was her who was walking at 3 in the morning, but her reply left me wondering what could have been happening the night before. She told me she went to bed by 10 because she had an exam the next morning. My friend asked me what happened. I told them I heard somebody walking and dragging some heavy metal object last night. That's when my friend told me the story of the ghost brother. Apparently, in Building B1, there lived a boy his room was the last toward the G1 building. He had a twin sister who used to live in my room, and her roommate was his girlfriend. This guy was a national-level basketball player and was absolutely fit and fine. It was routine for the sister to wake her brother up every day by calling him, but that day he didn't respond to her rings. The whole day passed and even his roommate didn't bother him, thinking that he needed time to recover. But when even at 8:30 p.m. the guy didn't pick up his sister's call, she asked his friends to check on him and get him out of the room. After many attempts to call him and get him to open the door, the other boys broke the door and found him no more. Fortunately, he had been rejected by the one he loved and committed suicide. Since then, people have heard him walking around, and the girls who stayed in my room before experienced strange noises, and in the corner of their eye would see someone standing in their room. My experience. I was a freshman in college in Tallahassee, Florida during 2017-2018 school year. Let me preface this by saying I never believed in the supernatural or paranormal prior to my experience there. So the summer after my high school graduation, many of my friends had to take a mandatory summer term as a sort of orientation at FSU. I went to the community college to transfer, so I didn't have to. I went to visit for a weekend to kind of get a feel for the city before I moved up to the fall. While I was staying in my friend's soon-to-be roommate's dorm room, he woke me up on his way to the morning class, so I figured I would take a walk around the campus. When I entered the stairwell, I noticed the initials TB written on the window like somebody would with their finger against morning dew. Figured it was some type of tradition that kids did, so I tried to write my own initials, except I couldn't because they were written from the outside. That was the 3rd floor of a stairwell. Didn't know anything about Ted Bundy besides him being a serial killer. No clue his killings were in the Tallahassee or that there were really ghost stories attached either. Fast forward to the fall semester and we lived in a house just across San Luis Park, which was like a nature trail attached to a historic mission from the 1800s. The whole trail is a complete circle with paths that branch off toward the center if you know how to cut through quicker, except for one spot where there's a perfect fork in the road. I remember being with two of my roommates walking our dog along the trail when we came across it. We stood there for a minute and decided which way to go, but I looked up and there was a Grim Reaper doll sitting on the tree branch about 30 or 40 feet up in the air. Thought nothing of it at the time, and as I looked, it could have been just like a Halloween decoration. Why someone would go through all the trouble to put it up there, I haven't the slightest idea. I just mean the tree stood about 15 feet behind the fork with thick brush in between. Then Hurricane Irma hit us. When I got back to Tallahassee, the first thing I did was go down the trail to see if I was still really a walkable trail. I arrived at the fork and noticed the tree is still there, but the Grim Reaper isn't. So I decided to look around a little bit for it. It took me about 5 minutes. And I was about to give up, but right when I told my roommate, "Dude, where the fuck is it?" I look up and there it is. Not lying on the ground, but sitting perfectly upright on a branch that had been knocked off clean the tree. Again, I didn't believe in the paranormal, so I took it home with me. Figured it would make a nice addition to the house. And boy did it. The roommate in the master bedroom was the resident stoner of the house, so we would always kind of partake in our herbs and wax in there. And one day I was out of class early and home before anybody else. Went in there to roll up. As I'm rolling, I noticed the box fan on the right stand starting rocking back and forth a little, and my instinct was to call his dog. He was downstairs the whole time. My next thought was, did a rat just run by and hit the power cord? Got down on my hands and knees, face against the floor, and scanned the whole room, and nothing. His bed was raised, his dressers were raised, I could see the whole floor from where I was, and I was alone. As I'm getting up and walking back to the table, I hear something, so I turn around. Something pushed the door open, and I still don't know what it is. A few months go by and not much happened in between, but I do remember looking in the woods directly adjacent to our house, the trails where I found the doll on the opposite side of the street. There were decades-old beer cans and plastic bottles. I found an old sword sitting there, so I took it home because who doesn't want a sword, right? Right. Now, it's the end of spring semester, and we're all getting ready to move out. This is when the weird stuff starts happening. A ton of shit that was going to get thrown out, so we got the sword out and started doing what guys do best. Sure as shit, the decrepit old thing breaks right off the hilt, but that wasn't really going to stop us. One of my friends grabbed the bare blade and basically cut his palm open while he was messing with it. Go back inside and sit up on the counter next to the sink while we put pressure on the cut to stop the bleeding. It wasn't a nasty gash that needed stitches, but he ended up going completely limp and pretty much falling over, banging his head on a cabinet. He woke up shaking and covered in sweat. He isn't hemophobic, but he's definitely, didn't lose that much blood, so it was just kind of a weird thing. Now it's move-out time. Everything was put into a U-Haul, and we were sleeping on bedrolls in the living room for our last night, and there were 6 of us, plus 3 friends from back home. We're all waiting downstairs for the Ubers to show up and take us to the bars. While we're waiting, there's a loud boom from upstairs. It was directly above us, coming from the master bedroom. It sounded like a bowling ball had rolled off from the bed. Went upstairs to check it, but the room was empty. Nobody in it. Nothing in it. Everything was in the U-Haul already. It was an empty room. Figured it was the ghost's way of saying, "Bye guys, thanks for being good sports." It's been 7 years, and that noise still haunts me to this day. Just like this accidental accent from my friend from Tallahassee that I'm poorly displaying right now. Knock it off me. Lived in a haunted duplex a few years ago. So, several years back I was in the Army. I don't want to give the year or the specific post because that's way too much identifying information for me to comfortably put on the internet. For those unfamiliar with military posts or bases, they have houses on posts for the soldiers who don't live in the barracks. Officers and or married, to rent. This one I was in was kind of creepy. We had our cat, and on a regular basis, all his hair would stand on end, and he'd pretty much on the edge for a period of time. This was normally a very friendly cat. There was no correlation with anything else done that caused this behavior in him, but every so often he'd get like this. One night the stove burners turned themselves on. My wife and I, skeptical mind, says the cats were fucking around with the knobs and accidentally turned them on. But no such thing happened before or since, and when they don't play, they don't play near the knobs usually. Eventually we moved out and got a place off the military post. The cat never acted like that since we moved out, and no sudden outbursts or hair standing on end. It was the only that place really that made this happen, and no stove mysteriously turning on. And it was a house for military families, so obviously the chances of a previous tenant dying were pretty dang high. The funniest paranormal activity I've ever come across. So my mother and sister, not biological, used to live in the house where they would experience weird things, like footsteps, doors knocking, etc., but it was rare. That's why they kept living there. Anyway, now they moved to a new house, and I came to live with them. Some night I went downstairs to prepare some tea. My sister was sitting all by herself with low lighting since it was nighttime. She got startled when she saw me. I was like, "What are you scared of?" She said, "Oh, nothing." Then she told me she feels scared sometimes because of the weird things that used to happen in the old house. I said, "No, that was there. This house is so lovely and safe, I can't believe you're scared here. This house is small, nice, and just so cozy and safe." I kept saying safe, don't think otherwise. Like safe. There's nothing bad in this house. She's just 15 and I wanted her to feel safe. Anyway, I made tea, sat to drink it. We heard footsteps on the stairs. We both didn't care, and of course it's my mother coming downstairs. It was so clear we were sitting in the same area where the stairs are. No way that we're mistaking it. Anyway, we heard somebody coming along the stairs, every step until my sister looked at the stairs and said, "There's no one there. No one came down." I get up to check what's happening, and there's no one. We went upstairs to find my mother sleeping peacefully in her room. Checked the whole house, no one else is there. Then she asked, "Weren't you saying this house is all safe? There's nothing in it?" I said it looks otherwise. I say that that's not funny and I'm disappointed. But thanks for the story. Please help. Intense work hauntings. Don't know what to do. I recently took over a massive 35,000 square foot storage facility. Pay is great, good benefits and perks, and it's easy and stress-free. Except for the spirits haunting the building. It's 2 floors with a giant drive-through bay in the middle, splitting the sections up. 1 and 2 are on the right, top right, side 3 and 4 on the left. My first time alone doing a walkthrough, I was walking down the hallways in one section and a toy went off the locked unit. Thought it was a little weird, but not impossible, so I figured it had a sensor and it caught me walking by. The 2 section was quiet at first as well, but now things have ramped up in a very short time. 3, I immediately felt my hair stand on end when I entered the first time, constantly looking behind me and hearing feet shuffling in an aisle or 2 over. Since then I've heard whispering that will stop when I stop walking, marbles rolling in front of me, my shirt got tugged, banging on the door shaking. Top of the shadows darting in the darkness, and an 8-foot-tall figure peeking out of a corner observing me. I've had many experiences and never felt this uncomfortable in any of them, be it a home or another workplace. I feel like whatever's there is purposely screwing with me 3 weeks in, and I'm considering saging the place. Not just for me to feel comfortable, but for the tenants as well. Hope you guys are comfortable. See ya. Step into the realm of the unexplained with Paranormal M, where every story is a puzzle waiting to be solved. Subscribe and turn on notifications to join us on this journey through the strange and mysterious. Let's uncover the truth in these first-hand accounts. Weird occurrences within my family, maybe a ghost. My mom always told me about how both me and my brother would sit in the corner like we were talking to someone. But when she'd look to see who was there, we would just tell her that we were talking to Granddad. This happened to us when we were 2 or 3 years old, and I kind of make out a memory of me standing in that corner. This also happened to another one of my relatives when they were in the same age. This time it was outside, and my relative said that they were swinging with Granddad. There are also a lot more encounters with my mom when she lived with her grandma for a long time. She had heard people walking in the attic at night. She always heard people calling and yelling her name even if nobody actually was. But my mother had even more encounters. One time my mom and her dad were in their old print shop. The building used to be a very old hotel from around the 1920s, and instead of rebuilding the whole thing and just they built walls around the interior and just cut parts off of the old hotel, basically the old hotel. One time my mom and my grandpa heard music playing upstairs, so they went to check it out, and it was coming from one of the old parts of the building. They entered the room it was coming from, and it was a very old bathroom from a hotel prior. The bathroom at the radio was really loudly playing very old-sounding music. And also keep in mind that this is a very old radio. It had no batteries in it and it wasn't plugged in. To this day, well, my mom says that she just still sees him in her dreams. And she also said that she sees one of my great aunts in her dreams as well that passed away about a year ago. I know that dream analysis isn't allowed here, but I thought it was an important detail to share with you guys. Another thing that I want to mention is the fact that, I think my great-granddad died fairly early, around his 70s. Also a very notable person. He was very smart and very talented at his instruments. From what I heard, he was offered to join Benny Goodman's band a long time ago. He was also in the CIA. Some details I'm not sure I can even say here. What happened? Backstory, because I feel this is all kind of correlated. I'm a 25-year-old female. My family and I have always experienced paranormal events. In our old home back in the 2000s, my mom liked to keep dead relatives' belongings like bed sets and past military regalia, and even funeral flowers for my dad's mom. One day after my mom's aunt's funeral, she was in the garage with my grandma. She kept hearing her aunt call out to her by name. My grandma looked at my mom crazy, and my mom asked if it was my grandma, but clearly it wasn't. My brother, who was in college at the time, lived upstairs. One night he hears the stairs creak and felt the mattress get deep, as if somebody sat next to him. He felt his mattress rise back up and told himself it was our mom. She told him the next morning that it wasn't her, and I myself have seen literal shadows walk by me alone at home. My father's TV monitor turned on randomly and the computer chair spinning in circles at night. Or being home alone and hearing the TV upstairs randomly turn on, volume put on full blast. I was shook. I also have a history of constantly waking up during the witching hours, 3 to 4 a.m. My last encounter was sleep paralysis in the 2010s. I was choked and I saw red eyes. My parents couldn't explain it. My mom threw everything out of the house the next morning for me because it was getting too paranormal for all of us. Except for my father. My father also ended up passing in 2015 from Agent Orange. Fast forward to today, March 27th, 2024. My mom's moved houses, I've moved out of my partner for 10 years, and my brother has his own family now. I wake up in the middle of the night to grab a drink. As I go back to bed, I notice it was still dark out, and I checked the stove clock. It's 3:04 a.m. I took note of that, but went back to sleep. 3 hours later, a weird pattern of threes, wake up at around 6:20ish to my boyfriend saying my name repeatedly, trying to wake me up, and I grabbed his hand to cover my face and mouth. He told me he coincidentally woke up right before that and watched me mumble sounds and acting very uncomfortable. He said it was eerie. My boyfriend comes from a very Christian background too. When I noticed what happened, I looked around the room and shadows felt so off. I got chills after I said it was eerie and I made him turn the lights on. I started explaining my nightmare. I saw a girl outside staring into the moonlight. She was covered in blood like the movie Carrie. Walked back to bed confused as I lay down. Her mom, I think, is hovering above me. She had straw-like hair, almost dirty blonde, but kind of gray. She had a face, but it wasn't human. It was black, but a face. It was indescribable. She looks at me and says, "I've been waiting for this to happen." Tries to attack me into my mouth or face, I'm not even sure. That's when I woke up to my boyfriend. Not sure what just happened, but what made him wake up to wake me out of that, but why did I wake up during witching hours just to experience that? I get that depression, anxiety, and trauma can easily affect our mind and sleep patterns, but this just seemed off. I've seen this shadow figure once, and I don't get it. Insight and thoughts are welcome. This encounter happened on January 3rd, 2024, and I remember a lot from this. Kind of being, just now really, being able to journal about this and then remember what I saw. Honestly, what I saw might not leave the whereabouts of my mind. Now, I should mention that I have had auditory and sometimes, very rarely, visual hallucinations before. That's just a part of me, and because of my overactive imagination and my ADHD, or ADD as some might call it, and my anxiety problems. And I've just accepted that. So have my friends and some family I've told. This happened to me when I was about 15 years old in my house. I was tired inside and felt exhausted physically all over my body from the day I just had. I never thought I'd ever see this in my life. Anyways, it was January night, and I'd mentioned before, and it was late. I was up late at around 12 p.m., and I still couldn't fall asleep at all. Perhaps you mean a.m. I was tired, and yet my pills just weren't working, and I had it by now. They usually work really quickly within an hour or two taking them, but this time I just wasn't asleep and couldn't fall asleep. I tried to go to sleep with my cat by my side, and he was fast asleep alongside me. Then I turned off my lights, which are bright LED lights that change color and stuff like that, and fell asleep. Well, at least tried to. As I looked up in front of my window, which I have a view of my neighbor's house, and into the bedroom, I also had a view of the dark sky when I lay fully all the way down in my bed. I was looking and I saw the moonlight from the window, and it lit up my room mildly. I felt mellow with the nice mild yellow dark light being emitted through my window, and my eyes felt calm, and so did my body inside. I should now mention that my window is completely open from the blinds. It takes up the middle half of my back wall of my room. The blinds are up, the window is slightly cracked open, and I could see the whole window as a whole. And I also should mention it's completely pitch black and there are no lights except for the ones from my neighbors across the street from me. But the reflection is a dim, dark, tinted gray light. Nothing much to see, only real light if a car passes by through the neighborhood. As I turned my head to sleep and tried to quiet my brain, I then saw it, the figure. It was tall, and I'm not sure how tall, but it's tall. Still thin at the body, and it was staring at me without any eyes. Who's to say it had no eyes, or did have them? Couldn't figure out if it was facing me with a face or just a head figure. And yet it was just a black figure. But when I focused on it, I shifted my head around the end of the bed by the back wall behind my bed. I tried to focus on it and not believe what it was. Remember how I said I rarely have visual hallucinations? Well, that's when I get so tired at night and I'm completely exhausted and I see things as my brain tries to exaggerate everything I see. Especially when I'm in the dark at night. And it's super late. Anyways, as I moved my head to the left side of my wall, I noticed the shadow figure was moving slowly. And I mean really, really slowly. It looked like it was moving so slowly I couldn't tell if my brain was making it move or if it really was moving. Couldn't believe my eyes. I turned around my head back and forth to get rid of the hallucination, and I just couldn't get rid of it. I wanted to believe I was going crazy. I wanted to believe I was seeing things. I wanted to make myself believe that I was dreaming instead of this being real in the moment. Yet I couldn't. It was real from what I felt inside. I then turned my head slowly to see if it's moving because I'm moving. But to no avail. It's moving on its own. Then I began to sweat, and I honestly don't remember what else I did. I was too terrified, too shocked to recall some of this. Too numb to try to tell you what I saw and heard from all that, except from what I managed to write in my journal. Yet what I do remember the most is what happened in the end of this encounter or paranormal experience. I saw the figure move slowly across my whole window, and with my blinds being all the way up, I saw it move the whole way. Then it said something. Before the shadow figure said something, the figure turned to the left side of its body, meaning that when I looked at it, it was turned to the edge of my window, and it was like turned to the left, and I heard it say something I would never forget. At this point, I couldn't move anymore. I was frozen with fear inside. I then hear the figure say, as it turned to the left side of me. The figure turns to my front window and is facing face first to my window and says, "Goodbye, Eden," which is my real name. The figure turns away from me to the left side again and then bows forward like you do if you just got done performing a play and the audience is clapping at you, type of a bow. The shadow figure bows and disappears forever. I never saw it again. Now I'm still on the edge of it. It was just a dream, or was it a hallucination? On the other hand, I'm not known for having severe visual hallucinations in my head or in real life. Only really audio ones. Yet the other side of this, I have a very overactive imagination, you could say, or sometimes severe anxiety at some times too. And my medicines don't cause this, from what I know at least, or have been told. I apologize for making this really long. If anybody has any insight on this, I would really appreciate it. I would love to know if anybody had this kind of experience when they were around this age, or really any time. I'd like to know if it was a dream or a vivid, real encounter. Drugs and Ghosts. My odd potential encounters with the paranormal. First encounter a few years ago, I accidentally took 10 tabs of acid at once. Thought I bought like a tab, not 10, and needless to say I went through the realm of realms. I just came crashing down. I saw lines and light connecting to each of the stars in the sky like a laser grid. I saw what I thought was the apocalypse. There was fire everywhere outside and sirens going through the night, and as I was sitting on my bed, that's when I encountered something I considered to be paranormal. I heard a dog breathing next to my ear, and I felt the weight of a four-legged creature on the bed, like an invisible dog. The next day, I thought it was a hellhound coming to take me away, but I was okay. It wasn't until later that breathing actually reminded me of an old dog who had passed away a while ago. It was kind of nice that in my hour of need or stupidity that she still had my back. I acknowledge I was just high, but kind of cool. Do not do what I did, please. Be responsible. You can do without the existential crisis. Second encounter. Me and my buddy were hanging out and we wanted to smoke some weed. He said he knew a spot and it was at a cemetery. There's kind of a huge man-made pond there with very, very few people occasionally, maybe bird watching and getting that fresh air. It was a nice spot. Stereotypically, it was around 4:20. We smoked a joint covered in keef, and 'twas lovely. A sativa, if I remember correctly. Well, we got an Uber high, and we decided to walk around this park and cemetery. It was a nice walk and an enjoyable day. There were other people there doing their thing. It was chill and relatively pretty empty. As we were walking down this path, I saw a crowd of people just standing around hanging out. Figured it was just people visiting their loved ones, or maybe having some type of informal get-together or visit, but it was weird because they were kind of just standing around, and it made made me uncomfortable. Thought they were staring at us. I saw their pets hanging around and playing, but as we got closer, they got fuzzy, like their bodies were dropping in render quality. As we kept moving forward, they turned into gravestones. I was looking at gravestones, not people, but it was clear as day a second ago they looked like people, but nope, they turned into gravestones. I had to do a double take and triple take just because I was so flabbergasted. The detail is what strikes me. I could tell what we were wearing and saw their features, mind you, from a distance, but a person at distance you can recognize as a person. And it was like a whole crowd too, but yeah, it was just gravestones. An international haunting. When I was 21, I received a Facebook message from a young man. Let's call him B. He was in Belgium wanting to connect. Turns out he was my distant cousin. Families lost contact for a bit. My family was so excited and invited him to come stay with us for a few weeks in the summer. B was a handsome man. He was in his mid-20s. He was built like a soccer player and had pale skin and dark hair and eyes, like a European model. I was so excited to hang out with my cousin and bring around all my friends. We went to baseball games and barbecues and bars. It was so much fun, and he had a great personality. He loved America, wanted to move here, taught himself English by watching American sitcoms and listening to Eminem. Wonder how that goes. A lot of my friends found him extremely attractive, but they were all in a relationship and therefore weren't interested in pursuing anything, and this is when things went south. He became irrationally angry that no one wanted him. Then, out of nowhere, he started making inappropriate comments to me about wanting to rip off a tight dress of mine. I tried to laugh it off and started to distance myself by hanging out with my boyfriend at the time, but B started referring to me as a slut and became aggressive. I started coming home late and just counting down the days for him to leave. One night he sent me a text with a picture of a still of a home movie my mom was showing him. It was me in the bathtub, to which he wrote, naked, and then put my name there. I was so uncomfortable and angry that I told my mom I wanted him out. She didn't understand the context. How do you not understand the context? B and I ended up in another fighting match, and I stormed off in bed in anger. That night I had a nightmare. My bedroom was haunted. Similar to the situation in the movie Paranormal Activity. At 3 a.m. I woke up to glass shattered on me. I had a poster next to my bed in a glass frame of Amy Winehouse. It had the title The Diva and Her Demons. I quickly cleaned everything up and my heart wouldn't stop beating. I heard the faucet go on and off from the other end of the room and nobody else was awake. I swore I started to hear faint music. Left my room to go sleep on the couch, but wasn't able to close my eyes until the sun came up. The next morning I'm at breakfast. My cousin was glaring at me with a devious smile. He was saying weird things, referring to him selling his soul years ago so that he would never be ugly. Apparently, as a teenager, we felt like he was overweight with a lot of acne. I said nothing as he was actually leaving to go back to Belgium that day. He left and I felt at peace. The same night I woke up again at 3 a.m. feeling someone was staring at me from the corner of the room. Kept having these nightmares and kept waking up at the same time. I tried everything. Going to bed at 2 a.m., going to bed at 10 p.m., I consistently woke up and felt like I was being watched. The lack of sleep and feeling anxiety was just affecting my health. One of my friends came over to talk and ran out of my room after 20 minutes with a splitting headache. She said, "I feel weird in your room. I need to go." Now I'm freaking out. Figured I would pull an all-nighter and stop at our local church in the morning to see a priest. I come from a religious family, and it was about 10 p.m. and I was doing my makeup in the mirror, hoping to go out for a few hours. I looked down to answer a text, and upon looking back up, there was a giant handprint on my mirror, the size of 3 hands combined. I screamed, and my immediate reaction was to throw hand sanitizer at it and wipe my mirror. Good call. I ran into my mom's room freaking out, and now keep in mind, I'm 21 and I'm barely emotional normal. My mother half believed me and called over our family friend who was a deacon. He immediately came over, walked into my room, said that he felt a presence in the corner of my room. He poured holy water everywhere, including the mirror. He said mirrors can be considered as portals. He lit a candle and said an exorcist prayer and felt something touch him. I slept on the couch that night, hoping it all worked. All was fine for a few days, until now I started hearing loud noises in the middle of the night. My mother would also hear them, and we couldn't figure it out. My brothers, age 4 and 5 at the time, had no clue what was going on. One of them said to my mom, "I had a dream that there was a monster crawling into my room and ripping the face off an angel." My mom started getting phone calls from my late father's phone number, which was disconnected. Weird stuff just kept happening. One night I was sitting in my room. I saw a cup of pen situated in the middle of my desk just fly off the table. I felt like I was losing my mind and I was going crazy. Went down to the guest room where my cousin had stayed and noticed receipts from various packages. One was gospel music and another was an unknown package traced to the middle of Vermont. The coordinates showed a funeral home. To this day, I don't know what this was or what he bought. In this bedroom, my grandma had religious statues and they were all now sort of turned against facing the wall. My mom had a bad feeling. Tried to get a hold of my cousin and ask what he did. When he replied with nothing, my grandmother said that she started to feel a dark presence around my cousin and was pretty happy that he was out of the house. She made comments how he would be on one side of the room and immediately on the other without noticing. Granted, she was in her 80s, now 90s, and is a superstitious Sicilian woman. I was going back to college, thankfully, at this point, and couldn't run away quickly enough. But at college, I would wake up in the middle of the night feeling as if I was getting choked. I had terrible sleep paralysis where I felt my covers being ripped off and breathing on my neck. I would wake up at 3 a.m. with my covers across the room. I was convinced I had an entity attached to me. My cousin showed up on my mother's doorstep, which is absurd. He flew back from Belgium. One day with bloodshot eyes, and he's just shaking, saying he needed to confess something. He was covered in scratches. She immediately called the deacon and didn't let my cousin come into the house. They all went to Starbucks or some mutual ground, and he didn't confess anything. He was threatened. It was a kind of a restraining order. He disappeared and was never seen or heard of again, and our family still speaks, but no one mentions B. We had the deacon come over and do a full house exorcism. There hasn't been any issues since then. We all blocked my cousin on all forms of social media, too. Yeah, I hope so. He came to say goodbye to me. In total, we were 4 brothers. The 2 oldest, P and C, they were children from my father's first marriage. My other brother and I, B and A, are adopted. My parents were 18 years apart. My father had 2 older brothers very young, and they adopted us when he was approximately 50 years old. I was a baby. P was our father's firstborn and the most similar to him. Not only were they so similar in appearance, they had the same kindness and the same honest smile that transmitted tranquility and peace. B and I were never close to P and C, at least in the sense that we didn't see them often because they were much older than us. They already had their lives made up and independent. But they loved us from day one. They never discriminated against us or made us feel less for being adopted, and not being blood or half-blood brothers. They saw us as their brothers, and they loved us as such. When I was 12 years old in 2009, P was traveling on a plane with a fairly well-known European airline. That was along with his wife. They'd gotten married a year or so ago, and this would be their honeymoon trip. Due to their work in NGO, they couldn't leave before. Unfortunately, due to human error, they say the plane had a malfunction and fell. Nobody survived. Fell. My brother's body was never recovered. His wife's was. Curiously, my dad once told me that P wanted his ashes. The day he died, he wanted them thrown into the sea. All of this was before and after in my family. My parents had separated shortly before, and this ended up plunging my father into extreme depression. Over the years, he recovered a little, at least to a more normal life, but I know he never got over that pain. For me, from my experience and my point of view, it was hard. It was sad and strange. My father was well known in our country, and he sometimes appeared on television to talk about what he knew about his industry and work. This led to all the news and radio stations and newspaper talking about the accident, mentioning my family, my father, and P. It was something that lasted a long time, and I couldn't even go to school without being accused of this. It was a bit strong for me, considering my age. I mourned the loss of my older brother alone, and I was always lonely and never cried in front of others. Shortly after all of this, we had to move into a small loft. Maybe a year after my brother died, I dreamt about it. I'm not a person who dreams often, or at least remembers, but this dream was so real that to this day it remains engraved in my memory. In this dream, P was in front of the exit door of a loft where he was living at the time. He smiled calmly and was at peace. Until that moment, I felt that he was forgetting his face, even though he saw it in photos. The background was all white, such a bright white. It didn't hurt my eyes. P opened the door, giving me one last look and smile, and walked off that way, and at that moment I woke up. Never felt so much peace as I did in that moment. I thought it was just a dream, that maybe I was just thinking about it a lot without really realizing it. About a year and a half go by. I never told anybody about this dream. One night I accompanied B to his girlfriend's house. I stayed talking to his mother while they left, and for some reason the lady started talking about people who were no longer in this world, and out of nowhere, literally, she told me, "When you dream about a loved one who died, and you see that everything around you is white, it means that that person came to say goodbye and to tell you that he's now at peace." I was so surprised that I couldn't even answer him. I didn't tell him anything, and to this day I don't really tell the story except here. Since that dream, I never dreamt of P again. I was always a person sensitive to paranormal things. Feeling presences or auras, it's strange, at least for me. My father passed away recently due to natural causes, and I'm glad he lived a long life, but I know he hasn't found peace yet. I feel his presence. I feel that something isn't letting him leave peacefully. I feel like he's taking care of me. I'm still his little princess. The only thing I wish is that Dad was able to meet P, and I hope he comes to say goodbye to me when he finds peace. I dream about my father a lot, but the white light is never there. Maybe one day I'll dream of him with that smile and that expression of peace. Maybe, just maybe, he'll come to say goodbye. What the hell do I keep seeing? I don't know what information to give here, but for some background knowledge, I'm 17 and I'm a male, and the friend I mentioned in this post is also a 17-year-old male. We'll call him Chuck. That's not his name, I just really don't know what to call him now. So I fully believe in the paranormal, and I've had my fair share of encounters with spirits. But there's a specific entity that I've seen throughout the past 3 years, I want to say. It's like a misshaped person with grayish skin and a kind of big and round head with not much facial details. It's got human eyes and not much of a nose, as well as a kind of sort of imprint of a mouth. The thing has long, weird fingers, and most of the time I see it kind of just peeking around corners or through doorways. What's kind of the worst part about this thing is that it looks kind of flat. Like it looks 2D, but still so real. I live in the upper part of a duplex with just my mom, and one night after she left for work, I swear this thing was looking around the corner from where the stairs are in my house are. They go from the doorway at the ground level all the way up to an open doorway leading to a hallway, and then there's a curtain hung over this doorway. So this thing has its hands on the wall peering around into the living room where I'm sitting directly in front of it. But about 10 feet away from it on the couch, it just sits there for a moment before pulling back and disappearing. I was frozen, and eventually I went to look at the stairs and there was nothing. The day after that, I went to go get some soup with Chuck at this popular sandwich place at a kind of halfway point between our houses. And then we went back to his house, and he brought up how he saw the exact same entity I keep seeing peeking out from his bathroom door right in his bedroom. He described the thing exactly how I would have described it, and we both got freaked out by this. I didn't ask how long he'd been seeing the thing, though. I assume it's been a while. Neither of us knew what it was or why we see it, and we don't even know what to look up. So I'm here because what the fuck? Asked my mom if she ever seen that kind of thing, and she said, nope, not at all. If anybody knows even a little bit about what we keep seeing, please tell me. A creepy encounter my cousin experienced. This encounter happened at her house. It's like 2021. It's around 6:30 a.m. in the morning, and she woke up, left her room, and went to the kitchen to drink water. She opened the fridge, drank water, and closed the fridge. A second after closing the fridge door, she sees the following. A little girl-looking entity was peeking through the side of the door. She was pale, almost transparent gray with long black hair, similar to the Enchantress from Suicide Squad. Black eyes similar to a Funko Pop. It was completely emotionless, but she, my cousin, could feel the innocence and curiosity of a child to see what you're doing. My cousin's exact description of the entity. On another instance, she was minding her own business in her room when she heard her name being distinctly called from another room by an unknown voice. Back in the day before my cousin lived in the house, a family used to sort of live there, and they had a boy that died in the house because he fell off the balcony. The boy was young, but his age isn't known. My cousin has theorized that the boy's spirit might still be living in the house. An experience that happened to me and a good friend that I've been too afraid to speak about. I was never a believer in spirits and ghosts, whatever. At least until something happened to me and my best friend in 2005-2006. We've recently spoke to each other to make sure it really happened, and it did. We were both so terrified we didn't speak of it again and drifted away after high school. We both saw a spirit or something while driving down an old road between two towns where we both live. It was maybe between 8 or 9 p.m. A woman who was in white older with blonde-gray hair was walking along the right lane with a far-off stare on her face. It seemed to come out of nowhere. I remember swerving to not hit her. I would have hit her, so I slammed on the brakes, turned around to get ready to get out, and the woman was gone. I looked in the rear view and didn't see anything. I remember being weirdly calm but shocked and both of us crying. It felt like this sort of jolt of energy went through my body. My friend was saying the same. After we talked about it and got online to search for whatever we could, there were some haunted Indiana sites. I remember one particular post that mentioned almost the exact same thing happening to someone. Years later, around 2009, 2010, I shared the story with some friends at a party. That's when one guy spoke up. Flabbergasted he was. He mentioned the same thing happened to him when he was, had his permit and he was learning to drive with his father down this road. I was so terrified, but also relieved to know I'm not crazy. I don't tell anybody about this occurrence anymore due to some girl telling people I was probably going nuts. It happened, and I just wanted to share because it's been eating me up inside for years. Truly terrifying, and I want to believe that others are truthful and not making up stories. But I guess I have trouble trusting due to mistakenly telling somebody who spread crazy rumors about me for years. Cat communicating through fallen objects. I lost my soul cat Balam. It was 4 weeks ago. He was a healthy 7-month-old. We found him early Monday with trouble breathing. Took him to the vet and he passed away while vet was trying to drain liquid from his lungs. With time, we've come to the conclusion that he likely passed due to vet negligence from being too sedated. This was hinted by an animal communicator, and since then I've received multiple signals, such as finding a cat that looked exactly like him on Reddit who passed due to a sedation, and having a neighbor sort of comment that their dog died in that vet due to oversedation as well. It's been 4 weeks, and I miss him with desperation. I've asked him to come visit me in my dreams, but nothing yet. I do have the feeling that my cat is always with me, especially when I sleep. Though I haven't received his visit on dreams, I find sort of tremendous solace in sleeping, and now I'm sleeping an average of 2 to 3 hours more than before, partly because I don't want to wake up in the morning. In the last 3 weeks, we've had 1 framed picture fall, 1 mirror fall, 1 curtain hanger fall, and this last one happened exactly when I was repeating to myself, Balam is always with you. Could this be my cat communicating with me? What do you think his message is about? Also, I do feel I'm being able to maintain our bond beyond death, yet would like to hear if there's any tools I can use to further that communication. How can I invite him to visit me in dreams or open channels for better communication? How do I differentiate mental health symptoms from the effects of entities? I have a master's in psychology with a specialization in clinical psychology. In addition to that, I have a long family history of people well-versed and experienced in dealing with supernatural entities. And they're pretty extremely intuitive about such things as well, naturally. Yogis, tantrics, astrologers, philosophers, scientists, all extremely intelligent people. This has been part of my life since I was a child, so it's pretty normal for me to hold paradoxical concepts in my mind without much conflict. This was until I experienced things myself. Up till then, I was just a curious kid, constantly asking questions, hearing stories, and poking my nose where it did not belong. Now that I've experienced a series of terrible personal episodes, my base and my logic and my very core has been shaken. I don't know what to think anymore. I have quite a few mental health issues as well. I've been kind of taking meds and therapy for it for more than 5 years. Recently, it turned out to be something else entirely. The timeline for both also intersects. I don't know what to think now. Was it just a manifestation of my overloaded unconscious? Was it just my bipolar disorder? Was it just the complex trauma manifestation, panic attacks? Gesundheit me. I'm lucky enough that I have people in my life who, know what to do. And don't sneeze in microphones. They also say it was and is a mix of both, which also made it difficult to figure it out earlier. And I believe that. It makes total sense given my history. But I just don't know what to think now. And I'm really not able to trust my gut, and how do I figure out what's happening to me from now on? Both of them manifest so similarly. How do I know what's causing it now? Do I take my SOS and talk to my psychiatrist, or tell my father and brother? They also get divided in their diagnosis sometimes, and I get more and more confused. I don't know how to differentiate. This also has a huge implication on the fields in general, as well. I have a very curious mind. Don't talk about this, though, lest I bring shame to my field. There is paranormal psychology, though, pseudoscience. It's like I have to restart and build my core beliefs all over again. Some of us have to do that in all corner pockets in life. Helping my friend. I work as a facilities manager at a university. Last year, my coworker and friend of 18 years took his life at college. Recently, I hired a young Native American man who was claimed to have interactions with spirits in the building he's working in. Over the course of the past week, he's mentioned several occurrences, one of which correlated with another story of an apparition reported by another employee who claims to have visions. He had no way of knowing this, and today, out of curiosity, I asked if he had seen anything in the building. He told me he hadn't, however, he did have an experience while passing a neighboring building. He felt a presence staring at him from the building's third-floor window. When he looked, he saw a man staring at him. I asked for a description and described my deceased father to a T. The location he saw him was where my friend had taken his life. My employee had no way of knowing this, and I spoke with another employee who's expressed clairvoyant ability and said that my friend's spirit is potentially revisiting areas of interest in some form of purgatory. I'm not a religious or spiritual person, but I know that humanity doesn't have all the answers either. If there is a remnant of my friend stuck where he is, I would be willing to do anything to move him on. His last years were quite tragic, and he went such a horrible way. He deserves better than this. Lady in Purple. I'm pretty sure I saw a ghost, just for a little bit of context, though. I live and was born in England, but I'm Italian. My family owned property in Italy. We used to drive over from England to Italy for the summer school holidays mostly. One of these years we went to Emilia Romagna, which is where my granddad's village is situated. Whilst driving through, we decided to visit the local castle, the Castle of Bardi. It must have been anything from 6 or 7 years. The castle, from what I remember, has staff and it's more of a museum. I'm not going to go in and out of the details. I'm just going to keep it really brief. Whilst in the castle, we walked around all the halls. We saw all the normal castle stuff, like torture equipment, old paintings, and museum curiosities from the area. My mom read the little information boards to me about the castle, which didn't really listen to, and as a kid, I only wanted to see knights' armor and weapons. Wandered off a bit from my mom, but no more than a round corner of one of the corridors. From what I remember, the corridors were bright and well lit. It was just a normal corridor, nothing special. Not like a bedroom or a creepy cella. Just a long, fancy corridor. This is when I saw a woman walking toward me. She wasn't directly heading toward me, she was just walking down the corridor towards where I just came. She was walking at some pace as if she was late to something. For a split second I saw nothing wrong with this until I really looked at her. She wasn't see-through or smoky or anything like that. If that would have been the case, I would have definitely run off screaming. Her skin was super white and had a yellow tinge. Big dark purple bags under her eyes. Her eye bags looked more like bruises, purple and black in color. She looked really sick. It was like how old horror movies depict people raising from the dead. She was wearing really strange attire, too. It's like she was dressed in a medieval-style purple dress with a high collar. There's nothing modern about this dress. Her clothes weren't like goth clothes or some eccentric style that she was definitely in period clothes. She went almost past me and she stared directly at me. She looked annoyed, but not at me, just like she was pissed off and happened to see me. She held her gaze for longer than you would look at a stranger, as if she was shocked that I could see her or was gobsmacked by how rude I was being. Of course, I don't know why she looked at me like that, but it did seem that she was not happy. She then walked off down the corridor and out of sight. I then went to find my mom and told her about the whole situation. She just said, must have been an actor. She then just carried on walking, and the woman in the purple dress must have had to pass her. The fact she didn't seem spooked at all made me kind of forget about it. I didn't think anything of the situation for years. It was actually about 5 years ago, 15 years from this event, that I was talking about what happened. I wasn't necessarily saying I saw a ghost, just kind of retelling what I saw. My mom just stopped and looked really uncomfortable and said, "What?" She went on to explain that, she remembered from that day. She said I came to her really upset and scared of a lady in purple that I saw. She then said, just as I remembered, that she believed there must have been actors. My mom then went on to explain as we were leaving that she spoke to the reception staff. She asked if there were any actors or some kind of show going on, and they said no. She then mentioned what I had just seen to the staff. The staff member then replied with something like, "Yeah, people see stuff here," in kind of a really casual manner. She never mentioned this to me at the time, and she knew it would freak me out. She didn't bother mentioning it to my dad, as he's super cynical. She also didn't tell any of my siblings, and she didn't want to upset them. Years later, I'm thinking about it now. Keep listening to supernatural and paranormal audiobooks on YouTube like the ones from Let's Read. I still don't know what I saw. Never had that type of imagination as a kid, and I never had imaginary friends or suffered a hallucination. I have a good imagination, but never anything like this. Looking into the castle's history, there have been ghost sightings there before. Who knows? The ghost that wanders is apparently a male in armor. That's a bit of a pun. Was I hallucinating? This happened just the other day. I was doing some of my overdue school in just my grandma's room. Sitting on the floor because the distance between her bed and my school laptop charger. I'm homeschooled. It's too long for my laptop, so I'd either go to the very edge of her bed or on the floor, and I chose the latter. I was nearing the end of my assignment when Grandma was in the bathroom dancing. Go Grandma. Since she was doing her thing, I decided to go in the closet and just take a break from my assignment. I went to the very end of her closet, just because that's where I hide in her closet just to prank her. Her closet is rectangular shape and kind of medium-sized. It's big enough, at least for me, my sister, her, and my mom to fit inside side by side together. I was sitting in her closet when I hear something that sounded like breathing. Now, it's important to note that my grandma had a lot of clothes and other stuff in her closet. I was sitting behind what I assume was some of her dresses maybe, but sitting down behind a few of them when I heard something similar to breathing. Yes, breathing. It sounded like somebody was taking a deep exhale in her closet. I was the only one in her closet. And when I heard that, I immediately got uncomfortable. Moved some of the clothes in front of me to see what could possibly have made this sound, and nothing. There was nothing that could have made that sound that was so similar to somebody breathing. So I got out of the closet and continued my work. She got out of the bathroom a few minutes later, and I didn't bring it up to her because I knew what I had heard couldn't have been something else. Your mind could play tricks on you, but not like that. And it is important to note that a few minutes before this I asked her, "Is it just me, or are you feeling tired?" My eyes felt a little tired. I was feeling a little tired before this, and I went to bed after I had gotten done with my assignment. My experience. I had this experience last year, and it changed my life for the worst, destroyed me mentally. I never wanted to share it due to the trauma associated with the event and fearing ridicule, but it's been almost a year now, and I feel maybe the things that could be conveyed might be true, as shockingly as I read the comment on different subs which mentioned, "Know ye, O man, that far in the future invaders shall come from out the deep. Then awake, ye who have made wisdom. Bring forth my ship and conquer with ease." The person had said that this was written in an emerald tablet of kind of Thoth. Or rather, an emerald tablet of Thoth. The moment I read it, I experienced a sense of dread and unease as it brought back old memories of my experience which I want to forget. Maybe as a coping mechanism for my trauma. I've decided that I will share my story with people. My motivation to share it is to find connections to other experiencers of things that have, been said or written by some who may validate the things that I came to know. The information I'm about to write was relayed to me by something I couldn't see but could feel their presence. It took over me by taking control of my mind and then projecting these visions into it. Now that it's over, I feel it was a jinn or a group of them, as I had sort of bought a book that was like explained what happened to me as something to do with other than, nothing different that I was doing other than what most people do in their day-to-day lives. It was a lot of visions multiple times a day, so I'll just be sharing it in parts. This is the first part. Whatever I say after this are all things I saw in my mind or thoughts that were projected on me by the entity. I saw a globe of Earth and a continent in front of my eyes, and it was North America. It was as if I was looking at Earth on a Google Earth zoomed out, but able to see the continents. Like Google Earth, There were strange clouds and a kind of mist that covered the continent, and I could see lights from explosions. North America was being controlled by something or someone, and whatever had happened, it was the epicenter, and the world was about to follow. Strange creatures will emerge from caves and cracks, and they'll cause chaos and purge humans. I saw a scene where they had emerged from a well-lit cave and people were shooting at them. I didn't see what happened after these things were sort of random visions where one thing appeared for a few seconds, then the other followed. I'll try paraphrasing it in a different paragraph and try to be more concise. Processed food is a psyop for something totally different. The entity gave me the impression that it's human flesh or organs they mix in some foods, and that it's used to do mass spells or does something to the general population. The world is under spells of magic which weaken our perception of reality, cause mass hypnosis without us realizing, and naively make us work towards our own destruction. It's a person or a group of them at the top who decide what to do and how to do it. They have this secret knowledge of magic and work in sort of plain view to promote science, but they practice dark agendas behind closed doors. The scary part is that they might be receiving this knowledge from something that isn't human. Sound can change our DNA. Music is used as a means to do it and bring conformity. I agree with that last part. It can also be used for spells. I guess that explains why I felt euphoric after listening to my favorite rhymes. The natural gas networks spread through pipes used to heat homes and buildings have been strategically placed around communities, and at some point in the future they'll be used to blackmail the righteous one to give up his mission of spreading the true knowledge of Dajjal. Dajjal, if I'm saying that right, D-A-J-J-A-L. Dajjal will threaten him that he, Dajjal, will blow up entire neighborhoods and countries if Mahdi doesn't stop. I'll be making a second part soon, mentioning further visions and thoughts that were projected onto me by Jinn or demon or whatever it was that was trying to attach itself to me. I don't expect people to believe me or seek validation, just want people to know what I experienced. Did I see a ghost? This past weekend was my sister's birthday. We planned a barbecue at the park with all of her friends. I was busy while plans were being made, so I didn't get a chance to offer or bring food, so I told everybody I'd bring the alcohol. Threw my cooler in the back seat since it doesn't fit in my trunk and headed for the liquor store. I bought more than I expected, and our drinks weren't refrigerated at the store, so I decided to put everything in a cooler so it'd be cold by the time I got to the park. After loading up the cooler, I hopped in the car and was ready to make my way to the barbecue. As I was getting ready to reverse out of the parking spot, I checked my rearview mirror. I could have sworn I saw a little boy, maybe 5 or 6 years old, with short brown hair, wearing a red shirt playing with a toy train. I'm sure this could have been anything, but after growing up in a haunted house, I never take these things lightly. It scared the life out of me, actually. And I'm the original owner of the car, so I can't say that maybe somebody had died in it. Her birthday fell on Father's Day this year. It was also a week before the 6th-year anniversary of my dad's death. I don't think it was my father, but my mother believes it could have been a sign from my father that my sister is pregnant. She's been trying for a year, and this would be my parents' first grandchild. I don't think that was the case, though. I think my house was haunted. I'll start off by saying I always knew I could see or feel things since I was a kid. I remember being as young as 4 or 5 years old, just telling my parents that I was talking to ghosts. It was always written off as an act of imagination, and as I grew up, I was always intrigued by the paranormal and all things creepy or spooky. My parents were renters. We moved a lot. I've always had things happen when I was alone, like the paper towel roll falling off the counter, doors closing, heard footsteps, etc. My first memory of actually knowing a spirit was present when I was about 8 or 9 years old. I always had trouble sleeping, and oftentimes I would just be up ridiculously late playing in my room. One night I was up playing with my Barbies sometime after Christmas. I'd just gotten a new Barbie car with a working AM/FM radio. The car was on the other side of the room and somehow turned on and started playing a creepy song saying something along the lines of, "There's someone watching behind you." This part can 100% be my memory playing games with me, but I'm almost positive it was the same song from one of the Final Destination movies. But the car definitely turned on and started playing a creepy song. Fast forward about 8 years. My family moved into a house, and we'd always lived in apartments. I had my own bedroom, which had access to the attic. At this time, I was around 16, so I was like, sweet, my own room, and the attic is basically mine. I basically remember this little noise around the house, but I never, lived in an actual home, and just assumed that was to be expected in a larger home. The first Christmas in that house, my mother got me what she thought was a fake Ouija board. She got it at the dollar store. I waited a few weeks to open it because I didn't think it would work, but a friend came over and was curious. I don't remember what we asked, but we played with it for like 30 or so minutes. When nothing happened, we put it in the box and went on with our lives. It's been like 10 years, so the timeline may be a little off, but shortly after that I started hearing and feeling things more. It gave me really bad anxiety even when I was home alone. Felt like I heard people downstairs in the living room. When I would shower, I would feel like I could hear people arguing to the point where I would just hop out and see if my parents were okay. Then I started falling into a deep depression. Trigger warning. I started self-harming and trying to end my life. For the next few months, I started hearing voices more clearly, but no one was home. I remember one night I was laying in bed and I could feel someone breathing down my neck. Breathing to the point where my just baby hairs or sideburns would move like they were blowing in the wind. The following day I was getting ready in my room and I heard a man say my name clear as day, Casey. Sometime after that I was sitting in the dining room with my mother and something appeared behind her left shoulder. It wasn't human. It was a tall black figure with a red and black head and a face, and weeks following that, my mom found drawings on the inside of a door of our linen closet that was directly across from my bedroom. I had a friend sleep over, and when we woke up, we found red liquid splattered across the wall of my attic door. I never cleaned it up because I was scared it would reappear. Now, keep in mind, I never spoke on the figure that I saw behind my mother. I was scared to give it more attention, and scared that my mom would either think I was nuts or be scared herself. Not too long after this, my family had come over for a barbecue. I was at work. But as soon as I came home, I found two of my cousins running down the stairs coming from my room. I asked them what happened, and my youngest cousin said, "You need to stay out of the attic." I questioned my older cousin because I wasn't going to take an 8-year-old's word, but my older cousin told me what happened. Described the same exact figure I saw in the dining room. There came a point where I was completely terrified of being in that house alone. That following winter, I had a friend come over. Now, this may get written off as two kids just being stoned, but hear me out. We smoked a joint and we were just hanging out in my room. This wasn't our first time smoking weed, nor was this the first joint I rolled from that particular bud. I used to buy in weight to save money, so I know the weed wasn't laced. My sister came in the room sober, like she never liked smoking weed, and my friend's demeanor completely changed. She stiffened up, got all wide-eyed, and then charged at my sister trying to strangle her. The whole time she said nothing. I managed to push her off my sister and onto the bed, and she immediately started trying to jump out the window. I don't know how, but I managed to get her under control and out of the house. When we went outside, she had no idea what happened. She said she knew what she was doing, but couldn't stop herself. She described it as an out-of-body experience, watching herself attack my sister. She never came to my house again and eventually stopped talking to me altogether. I might stop talking to her, choking my sister. I had a friend whose father was intuitive. He pulled me aside when I was at their house one day and asked me if it was okay if he gave me a reading. That was because he felt I needed it. He told me there was something very negative attached to me, and it seemed like it was male. I didn't know what to do with this, so I spoke with my ex's aunt about it. She recommended that I sage the house, get rid of the Ouija board. Followed her advice, and it did calm down a lot, but even to this day, I've had people randomly come up to me and tell me that I have attachments or say things that would only make sense if you knew me at that time. There was plenty of stuff that I'm probably leaving out, and there were also some times where people would take photos of me and you could see things behind or next to me. I deleted everything when I got rid of the Ouija board. Although now I wish I hadn't, so I could go back and see if I was just seeing what I wanted to see or if there was actually some demon following me. I moved out of that house in 2016. I still deal with little stuff like hearing noises and things being moved. However, I'm never scared of it. Sure, some of the sounds like bullshit, some of it can probably be explained, but some things are completely undeniable. My father died in that house randomly one night at 52 years old and completely healthy in his sleep. Still wonder if whatever it was that was in that house had anything to do with it. Greetings, fellow adventurers of the supernatural. Paranormal M invites you to join us on a quest for truth behind the inexplicable. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to stay updated on our latest chilling tales. Let's embark on this journey together. Ask Reddit. I studied abroad in Rome, Italy, when I was 22. I lived on the 7th floor of an apartment building with 6 girls. One of them who was my best friend and stayed in the same room as me. My parents came to visit me during spring break. This doesn't add much to the story, but it is pretty important. I am an extremely light sleeper, and my roommate snored pretty loud, so I slept with earplugs in almost every night. One night during that spring break week, I was dead asleep, and in my dream I felt someone grabbing my foot. I woke up and thought it was my roommate messing with me, but didn't open my eyes, and I just said her name and told her to knock it off. It stopped for a couple of minutes, but then started again. It felt like somebody was pinching the ball of my foot, like trying to get a better grip on it. I woke up again, pissed off, because I thought it was my roommate again, but when I looked, she was dead asleep. I looked down at the bottom of the bed and saw a full-bodied person standing there. I yanked my foot back, and they just walked out of the room. I wasn't really as scared as I thought, but I was wide awake and just very in shock. The weirdest part was that one of my parents' flight back to the U.S., my mom told me that she sat next to a psychic medium. They told her how she really loved Rome, but one thing that she noticed was how many spirits were around, especially in the Colosseum and places like that. She couldn't even go near them because it was so overwhelming. And then she told my mom, "This is going to sound weird, but somebody dead is trying to contact your family or someone in your family." I'm pretty indifferent on how much I believe or don't believe in psychic mediums, but I did think it was pretty freaky. I used a Ouija board when I was younger. So I'm 45 now. I was thinking about this randomly, and I was bored and decided to ask if anybody had an experience with the board. Like a real experience. I'm actually afraid to talk about it. I was 12 when I first started using one by myself. It started moving just fine. I became obsessed with it and used it regularly for about a year and a half. There was a name. When I asked who I was talking to, it would say Bobby Mihalovich. I'm not sure of the spelling of his last name, so I don't know. You'd think you would know the spelling, but perhaps not the pronunciation. All I know is I'm afraid to talk about it because I did it by myself for a few years, and I can still remember that it was moving on its own. I would even try and trick it sometimes and just kind of left my fingers off the planchette and it would continue to move for about an inch before stopping. One time, it even levitated while I was using it with my brother and friend. You could feel the pressure of the plastic pushing on our fingers upward, and you could pull away when it got just a few inches in the air. But I'm mostly concerned with my own experiences and using it by myself. I mean, I used to come home from school and just hop on the board like no big deal. No one told me it was fake or demonic, I just thought it worked. It felt creepy but natural at the same time. What I'm telling you is the truth. I saw, felt, and it moved. I talked to this thing for hours. I was old enough to know that it was You would think I would be old enough to know it was fake or bogus, so I see a lot of people telling stories about the board, but I don't believe them because if you really had used one the way I did, you wouldn't want to talk about it. Until now, anyway. Anything else out there do this? Bobby Moholovich. Not sure of the pronunciation myself. Is it just grief? Am I losing my grip on reality? That being said, my daughter's father died a few days ago. I loved this man with every fiber in my being. My daughter was the definition of a daddy's girl. She changed my life. She was the center of his world. I don't know if any of that matters, but who knows? Anyway, it's been a long 4 days, and I've Googled 100 different things relating to connecting with the dead in one way or another. Because yes, I'm grieving. My daughter is 3. I don't think she's grasped what's going on. She's her same happy self, and we've read a bunch of age-appropriate books about the subject. Talked about Daddy being dead, gone, and no longer here. She kind of says, "Oh, Daddy gone," really sad, and moves on to something else quickly. Today we were in his apartment where he died. I took my daughter to the park and we used to play there right after. And as I opened my car door to let her out, I swear I could smell his cologne. It was as if he was standing right next to me. It was so strong. It felt like he had been with us at some point, and I don't know how to explain the feeling. Went to another playground this evening, and shortly before we headed out, my daughter went screaming, "Daddy, ghost! Daddy, ghost!" and then started running as if she was chasing someone and yelled, "Daddy, ghost, go down slide!" and then made me go down the slide with her. I didn't even know she knew the word ghost or what it meant. She's autistic and just started developing some speech. Humming in the woods of Appalachia. I want to start this off by saying that I was born and raised in Appalachia, and I'm very open to the paranormal. I've had several experiences in my life, but this one has kept me wondering what it could have been for almost the past 24 hours. Yesterday around noon, I was with my husband in the woods of Appalachia. He was fishing at the lake, and I sat about 10 feet back in the tree line to have a little more protection from the wind, so I could read a book. Occasionally I would stop reading whenever I had heard, occasionally I would stop reading whenever I heard rustling or birds, because I also like to bird watch. I looked around with my binoculars, and I really never did see anything. Then I started hearing sounds of a woman humming a song. It sounded like she was very close to me, but there were no sounds of the leaves rustling in the ground from someone walking by us or the path. At first, I looked around just to make sure I wasn't in someone's way, but that's when I realized I wasn't hearing footsteps. I started to look in my binoculars, but I got too scared. Luckily, at that point, my husband decided to pack it in because the lake seemed to be fished out. As I was gathering my things, and just this humming sounded like it was getting closer, and I could feel eyes on me. I've never walked so fast out of the woods in my life. When we got back to the car, I told my husband about it, but he didn't hear the humming. He's also very skeptical of the paranormal and tries to explain things away. All of this to say, does anybody have an idea of what this could have been? What did I see in Albania? During the Second World War, Albania was occupied by the Nazis. After the Second World War, Albania decided the best way to fend off fascism in the future was to become communist and isolationist. They closed their borders in 1946 and declared themselves the world's first atheist nation in 1967. Religion was outlawed in 1967, and religious buildings were repurposed or destroyed. Previously, Albania was a mix of primarily Catholicism and Islam. And just because it's not legal doesn't mean a person will stop practicing their faith. Catholics were seen as a special threat due to a perceived loyalty to the Holy See over the state. Shkodër, a city in northern Albania, housed a prison that held the tortured practitioners of Catholicism. Many people died there when they refused to give up fellow practitioners under extreme forms of torture. This prison is now part of a museum called the Site of Witness and Memory. The first part details the events leading up to and following the outlawing of the religion by Enver Hoxha. The second part details what went on in the prison. At the end, you're permitted to walk into the prison and into its cells. At the bottom floor, some cells display prominent people who were held there in resistance in the face of the concentration camp. Others display anti-religious propaganda, and some tell stories of camp conditions and how information was shared throughout the camp. Most of the cells are empty, but you can walk inside of them. Each measures about 5 feet by 5 feet. The last room is much larger. That's where the inmates were brought for questioning. The original desk, original typewriter, and telephone are all in there, as well as a chair where the inmates would have sat. There's a second story to this prison. I went upstairs to check it out, but all of the cells were empty. To be sure I didn't miss anything, I poked my head into each one and made my way down the hallway. Once I was sure the cells were empty, I began to walk back down the downstairs. Out of the corner of my eye in one of the cells, I catch a black figure. I caught a surprising amount of detail for only catching a glance. It was about 5'6", emaciated, standing head against the corner, hands in its face and facing away from me, pure black. Had shadows spreading out from it. At first I thought it was a cardboard cutout I'd missed, so I took a couple steps back to check. The room was empty. I was overtaken by a sense of pure fear. I wasn't in any danger, but I don't think I was ever that scared before. I ran out of that museum, and I'm sure I got a couple odd looks from security and other attendees. I haven't been able to shake what I saw. I don't think I believe in the paranormal, but I also have no explanation as to what I saw. It looked and felt real. Came across the subreddit and thought you guys might have answers. Sorry for the long post and maybe the over-explained background. My grandma's house. This happened to my late aunt, circa 8 to 9 years ago. My Aunt Rose, then in her late 50s, lived alone since the death of my grandma in 2004. She's lived in her room for all her life. She never married, never had kids. The house she lived in was newly renovated in 2012 because the old 1960s house was falling apart. The turning point was when the ceilings dropped into my aunt's bedroom while my aunt was away. Thankfully, it didn't happen when she's asleep. The house used to house 2 big families with maids. At its glorious time, it was housing 16 people. My great-grandma, grandpa, grandma, cousin of my grandpa, my aunt, uncle, dad, and little aunt, among others. One by one, the people moved out or passing in the house. But, well, the house was almost fully renovated, but still preserving the room and layout of the old house. There have been countless, just tons of paranormal things related to, well, my aunt, and she's not the type of person who freaked out easily. Among others, slightly moved furniture, makeup kits, listening to people breathing on their ears, or some giggling, until seeing big non-human heads outside her window. But that was apparently considered as normal in my country. Until the last one happened. One normal day, my aunt just entered her own room after work. She got pushed hard toward the wall. Her left shoulder hit another furniture, a sturdy 100-year-old teak cabinet made by my great-grandpa. She fell down. She was taken aback and got mad and yelled at the unknown. "Hey, I know you live here, but I live here first before you. Let's just be civil and don't disturb each other." The thing is, my aunt knew that there was another, a being living in her room. A lady with long hair, usually only sitting under the ceiling behind the door of her room. Believe it or not, but it's according to some people who can see. I'm taking it with a grain of salt. But the aftermath of the incident was clear. My aunt got hurt. She's unable to raise her arm past her shoulder anymore after that incident. The reason why she told us was only because she's complaining about her arm, not about the paranormal experience. The ghost, whoever that was, has won. My aunt passed away on the porch. It was in 2017 of a heart attack. The house is now empty. Dead neighbor who let us know he was okay. When I was around 9, my mother and I had a routine of going to the cinema every Saturday. There would always be a movie showing at 12 p.m., meaning that we would always return home by 3. As we reached our front door, my neighbor, a 70-ish-something-year-old man with glasses and his usual red-brown jacket, walked past. We said our usual, "Hey, how are yous?" in which he responded, "Well, I'm okay, I'm just heading into town for some shopping." A few hours later, we were informed by our other neighbor's close friend who visited often that he'd been found dead on the kitchen floor at approximately 10 a.m. this morning. I was very shocked and, well, all of us. He appeared to us hours after he had passed. As I'm older, I keep thinking about how the neighbor who had found him was an old lady and couldn't have gotten the times mixed up, maybe. But still, we had seen him in the afternoon, which is hours apart, as well as the fact that he was on his way to town, which adds another 2 hours before he'd be home. He looked like any other person where we saw him, nothing ghostly about it. My mom strongly believes that what we saw was a ghost coming to let us know he was okay. I'm interested to know if anybody's heard or experienced something similar. Seeing shit? ? Okay, let me know if you want to hear any more of my encounters, or whatever you'd like to call it. I was about 10 at the time, and here's some background information about the people I'll talk about. And I'll also add some background information on my old house very briefly. The previous owner of the house was abusive to his kids, and an addict. And there was a murder in the backyard, a little 7-year-old boy. I don't know much of the story for that one, but that's just an event I know happened there previously. So my mom has had a lot of disabilities and is always in immense pain. And about 5 years ago, she finally got on cannabis oil to help the pain, which had helped her a lot more than she thought it would have. Only other person I'll bring up that's got something to deal with this encounter is my brother, who would have been only about 4.5 months old. One night my baby brother had gotten sick, bad. Wasn't breathing well. And a mother being a mom, she forced herself to just try to get ready to take him to the hospital, and my mom was too tired and in pain to make bottles for him for the trip, So I had offered, of course, and FYI, all the lights in the house were off. We're walking from mom's room to the kitchen, a very open modern mansion-style house. Walking to the kitchen, I heard a voice say in the distance, oh so clearly, "Who is this?" It almost made me kind of quietly, literally piss myself. It sounded more like a little girl than a boy, but just what I heard. Struggling to find a light, scared, and found it, and I shit you not. Whole minute looked for that switch, shitting myself. Play it off as I didn't really want to hear anything, and I just go get these 3 little bottles together and their, lids and shit. I set it out on the counter and washed them all. As I was just drying the lids, one of the other lids started moving, and I stayed frozen like I was paralyzed. Typing this out right now is just making this scene repeat over and over in my head, sending shivers down my spine. I finally talked and said, "Stop." Next, millisecond or two, 2 bottles flew out of the countertop, and I screamed so loud. Ran to Mom's room, and she got up and helped get the bottles, not wanting to go near them. Then the little one started screaming in horror. Mom shitting herself from what I said, and then the baby randomly screaming like something horrible happened. We could still hear that he couldn't breathe properly and fled out the door, and we all just hopped in the car and drove him to the hospital. We were yell-talking about what the fuck just happened. Angry Ghost. What I'm going to tell you is all probably a bit too unbelievable to point, but you might not even think it's true, and I saw this page on Reddit and I had to join. I've had one too many experiences, and I'm wanting to share what happened and seeing if anybody's been through similar things. This happened around 5 years ago. It occurred at my grandmother's house. I don't particularly get along with my Nan. Never really have, even when I was really young, so I'd never talk to her when my mom took me there. Which was really rare because I'd throw a tanty if, I knew I was going to go there. And even now I would. Nan's house was most definitely haunted. No doubt in my mind some crazy stuff goes down there. And that's before her and her house felt always cold and unsafe. Mom had taken me there after a doctor's appointment once. The house was small and really old. Really only my uncle and Nan lived there together. Mom had paperwork online to fill out. Meanwhile, me and my Nan were in the lounge doing our best, pretty much ignoring each other's existence. Mom was at the dinner table grabbing her laptop and, she's had that since she was 16. Mom was doing her own thing, and then Nan started talking to her about some drama with my auntie, and then Nan started treating Mom like shit. Like she's done to my mom her whole childhood, really. 5 minutes after her screaming, there was a loud slam. It was the door that goes to the laundry from the kitchen. No one saw, but we all heard it. And there was this weird feeling, like a vibe that someone or something was pissed off. We ignored the bang from the door as there was a window open that slammed the door shut. Suddenly, my mom's laptop went fucking flying across the room. All of us were just shitting ourselves, and it didn't smash or anything, it just stopped working. She even tried getting it fixed after all of this, and they said there's nothing wrong, but it just wouldn't turn on. Well, still now she holds on to it. Not sure why, like it doesn't work. My uncle then wakes up from the laptop being thrown, and he said something along the lines of, "Mom, why the fuck is the plant pot in the room tipped over and everyone's screaming like somebody died horrifically?" Horrifically. And we tell him everything, and I've only been in that house about 3 times since then. She moved out about 3 months ago, and I reckon the house needs to be bulldozed. Shadow Man. This happened when I was from around 8 to 10. Maybe as back as when I was living with my mom. I was about to go to bed after my mom and stepdad said their goodnights. It was fairly late at night. An important part of this is to know that I had kind of like a fairy light on the bed. And some of this on my window to kind of help me sleep. I was facing the wall of my bedroom before turning over and opening my eyes because I felt weird and I wanted to check what was behind me. And there stood a tall, shadow-like figure that was nearly touching my ceiling. Obviously, since I was scared, I just stared at it and didn't break eye contact with it because I was just scared. I was scared what it would do if I closed my eyes, even for a second. I slowly just watched it evaporate like some fog on the spot. The scarier part is when I told my parents the next day, my stepdad said he was in the garden, and because my room's facing the garden, he could see my window. He said that he saw some shadow figure standing, and because of the kind of fairy lights, we both knew that the two of us couldn't accidentally see the same thing at the same time of night. I'm not accustomed to hearing the word fairy light, which I'm assuming means nightlight. I like it. I don't even know what it was. When I was living in my dad's old bedroom apartment, I had to sleep in the living room that was connected to the kitchen. I slept on a foldable couch. After a few weeks, maybe months of living with my dad, I started hearing a weird clapping noise that came from the kitchen when I was alone. Never when someone else was around, though. After some time, I got used to it and started to check what it was and thought it might be the fridge, since it was a bit broken. So I thought it was a coincidence and it happened when it was only me. But I woke up in the morning at night, and after falling asleep on the couch, I woke up to the clapping sound again. And since I was a child, I obviously got startled, so I panicked and just kept my eyes closed, and, whatever was there didn't know I was awake. The noise became louder and louder. I started to panic even more, and I saw something move across. It moved across me. That was since I was facing the TV in the living room, and the sound casually started to move its way to where my dad's room was. Because I was still new to the living, situation with my dad, I was too scared to go to him and say that I was too scared to sleep because of the noise. But because my brother was in the room with my dad, I started to worry about him, since my dad was a heavy sleeper. When I opened my eyes, the noise still was there, but it stopped the moment I got off the couch and went to my dad. But in the morning, when I told him, he said that, he didn't hear anything. Sleeping in the room of my partner's murdered cousin. Before I met my partner, she had a cousin who was murdered by her abusive ex-boyfriend. When visiting her aunt's house, I reluctantly agreed to stay in her cousin's room for the night. Every year they go to a national park to celebrate her life and, wish her spirit well. My partner's older cousin and half-older brother of the girl told her that some unexplained things have happened in the house regarding her spirit. I dismissed these as, her older cousin is a bit of a conspiracy theorist. He's a very smart guy and successful programmer, but I genuinely think he accepts strange ideas too easily. Anyway, the first night we fall asleep in the room, which, by the way, is exactly as she left it 4 to 5 years ago. I wake up in the middle of the night to the blanket being slowly pulled off the bed. But it wasn't aggressive or threatening, it was just slowly falling near the edge of the bed. I tried putting it back and was successful, but it took way more strength than I thought it would. Even though I was half asleep, sometimes I wonder how the feeling of the weight of the blanket was possible. It was like someone was dragging the blanket underneath the bed, or it just felt like something was like 20 pounds of weight on top of the blanket. I cleared downward force while I pulled it back. I wasn't scared, but something just tells me it was some kind of message. Something along the lines of, "You better treat your girl right because her family supports her," kind of a thing. I fell back asleep and honestly didn't think of the rest of the trip. Mo. It wasn't me, I promise. A little background information about me. I'm a first-generation high school and college graduate. My mother died in a car accident when I was 15. And to me, finishing school and moving on to pursuing a degree in college is what she would have wanted. I wrote a scholarship essay about what it meant to be an entrepreneur. I then was select for a full ride to college of my choice. This is when I joined Juniata College from 2002 to 2006. I made so many friends and had so many fond experiences in those 4 years that it's truly something I would never forget. I was into music and theater and participated in jazz band as a saxophone player, and I played the saxophone since 2nd grade. I was very much into becoming the next Johnny Coltrane. And yeah, anyway, the night of the incident was mid-January 2005. The theater show that I was involved in kind of got out late that evening. I ran sound for the stage, and I had a late-night show. The night I was wearing all black. I left the theater from the back and walked up the music practice building. It was an old converted house that was typically open late to accommodate students that needed to practice. So I arrived and it was still open. That night I was practicing the tenor saxophone solo to Buddy Rich's Channel 1 suite. I know that song. The time went by and the lights were motion detection, so I went and just everything went dark. Got up so that the sensor could turn the lights back on. My mother always told me I was a bit clairvoyant, as all moms would say to their children, right? Well, I sat back down and I immediately had a feeling wash over me like I was being watched. So I paused the music in the disc player, stopped playing. At the same time, the security guard popped into the building and said, "The building is closed for the night. Wrap up." So at that point, I was already done, and I packed up in less than a few minutes. I said goodnight to the security guard as I'm walking into the night with my saxophone case. I feel the snow on my hair, and everything's covered in snow all around me. My dorm was across campus, for those of you who know, Juniata's campus, to know that South Hall is kind of nearest to the football field and event hall. As I'm getting ready to trek through the snow, I see someone by the library, which is on my right. The snow was lightly falling, and I see the back of the person. They were wearing a snow cap and the coat very appropriate for the weather. I didn't think much of them, you see, students walking across campus all the time, so I kept walking toward my dorm. As this person got to one of the street light fixtures by the library, they turned around and said, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." I then said, "Well, what do you mean, Megan? Is that you?" All the while, I'm thinking it was my friend Megan who lived in South Hall. "Oh, never mind," she replied. Also, my name is Muhammad. My good friends also call me Mo, so I'm just kind of convinced that I know this person. Although I couldn't make out a face, they started to walk toward Cloister. Now, a bit of backstory. Cloister's the oldest dorm on campus, and I heard that a lot of strange occurrences happened at that particular dorm. I played Ultimate Frisbee, which required lots of running. I was in pretty decent shape. I was a mere 10 or 15 feet away from her that's when I said, "Hey, wait up, Megan, let's walk together." I did have a slight crush on her, so I wanted to spend some time getting to know her a bit. The strangest part about this initial encounter is that, she was walking and I was hustling. Couldn't keep up with her. At the time I was nearly 3 feet away from her, she turned to look at me as she passed through the archway, and I still couldn't make out a face. A split second after she made her way into the arch, I was right behind her at this point. I turn into the arch and there's no one to be seen, just silence. When I realized what had happened, I ran to my dorm, and the best I could without falling in the snow, bolted upstairs only to find my friend Megan. I grasped her by the shoulders and said, "Please tell me you were just outside fucking with me." She responded, "No way, man, it's too cold out there. You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay?" I let go of her and backed away. I didn't say a word. At this time, Google is really starting to solidify itself as the best place to search for information. So instead of asking Jeeves or going to Dogpile, I went to Google. For some strange reason, I typed in what that girl said to me. So I went to the search engine and typed in, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." What I found chilled me to the core, shocked me so much, couldn't form words to tell my roommate at the time. I scrolled through the search and found a blog post titled, "There's a guy that's playing the saxophone at 3 a.m. in the morning and he won't shut up." Go to the post, and there's an anonymous response that read, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." Oof. Mo, it wasn't me, I promise. A little background information about me. I'm a first-generation high school and college graduate. My mother died in a car accident when I was 15. And to me, finishing school and moving on to pursuing a degree in college is what she would have wanted. I wrote a scholarship essay about what it meant to be an entrepreneur. I then was select for a full ride to college of my choice. This is when I joined Juniata College from 2002 to 2006. I made so many friends and had so many fond experiences in those 4 years that it's truly something I would never forget. I was into music and theater and participated in jazz band as a saxophone player, and I played the saxophone since 2nd grade. I was very much into becoming the next Johnny Coltrane. And yeah, anyway, the night of the incident was mid-January 2005. The theater show that I was involved in kind of got out late that evening. I ran sound for the stage, and I had a late-night show. The night I was wearing all black. I left the theater from the back and walked up the music practice building. It was an old converted house that was typically open late to accommodate students that needed to practice. So I arrived and it was still open. That night I was practicing the tenor saxophone solo to Buddy Rich's Channel 1 suite. I know that song. The time went by and the lights were motion detection, so I went and just everything went dark. Got up so that the sensor could turn the lights back on. My mother always told me I was a bit clairvoyant, as all moms would say to their children, right? Well, I sat back down and I immediately had a feeling wash over me like I was being watched. So I paused the music in the disc player, stopped playing. At the same time, the security guard popped into the building and said, "The building is closed for the night. Wrap up." So at that point, I was already done, and I packed up in less than a few minutes. I said goodnight to the security guard as I'm walking into the night with my saxophone case. I feel the snow on my hair, and everything's covered in snow all around me. My dorm was across campus, for those of you who know, Juniata's campus, to know that South Hall is kind of nearest to the football field and event hall. As I'm getting ready to trek through the snow, I see someone by the library, which is on my right. The snow was lightly falling, and I see the back of the person. They were wearing a snow cap and a coat very appropriate for the weather. I didn't think much of them, you see, students walking across campus all the time, so I kept walking toward my dorm. As this person got to one of the street light fixtures by the library, they turned around and said, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." I then said, Well, what do you mean, Megan? Is that you?" All the while, I'm thinking it was my friend Megan who lived in South Hall. "Oh, never mind," she replied. Also, my name is Muhammad. My good friends also call me Mo, so I'm just kind of convinced that I know this person. Although I couldn't make out a face, they started to walk toward Cloister. Now, a bit of backstory. Cloister's the oldest dorm on campus, and I heard that a lot of strange occurrences happened at that particular dorm. I played ultimate frisbee, which required lots of running. I was in pretty decent shape. I was a mere 10 or 15 feet away from her that's when I said, "Hey, wait up, Megan, let's walk together." I did have a slight crush on her, so I wanted to spend some time getting to know her a bit. The strangest part about this initial encounter is that, she was walking and I was hustling. Couldn't keep up with her. By the time I was nearly 3 feet away from her, she turned to look at me as she passed through the archway, and I still couldn't make out a face. A split second after she made her way into the arch, I was right behind her at this point. I turn into the arch and there's no one to be seen, just silence. When I realized what had happened, I ran to my dorm, and best I could without falling in the snow, bolted upstairs only to find my friend Megan. I grasped her by the shoulders and said, "Please tell me you were just outside fucking with me." She responded, "No way, man, it's too cold out there. You look like you've seen a ghost. Are you okay?" I let go of her and backed away. I didn't say a word. At this time, Google was really starting to solidify itself as the best place to search for information. So instead of asking Jeeves or going to Dogpile, I went to Google. For some strange reason, I typed in what that girl said to me. So I went to the search engine and typed in, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." What I found chilled me to the core, shocked me so much, couldn't form words to tell my roommate at the time. I scrolled through the search and found a blog post titled, "There's a guy that's playing the saxophone at 3 a.m. in the morning and he won't shut up." Go to the post and there's an anonymous response that read, "Mo, it wasn't me, I promise." Oof. The Girl in the Paddock. Back in my teens, I was outside in the yard one day when I saw movement in the nearby paddock. Turning to look, I saw what appeared to be a girl of about 10 or so years old running across the paddock toward the road, only she was in black and white. When I turned to my companion, the family dog, I saw her looking at the same exact spot I'd just been looking. She was interested in something there, as if she too could see the ghost of the girl. Interestingly, there used to be a house in that paddock many, many years ago, but the family moved to another town before a house was built. In the years since, I've never seen the ghost again, but some flowers sprung up one year in the paddock, bulbs of some description, all in a row as if they used to belong to a garden that was planted there. I often wonder who the girl was, and if she might have lived in the house that once stood at that paddock. I've also searched the local cemetery for anybody around that age who might have passed away. Didn't find anyone. However, a neighboring property has a couple of graves from a long time ago belonging to a sadly deceased baby of the people who lived there at the time. But I think this girl would have been far too old to be buried that way. There's no grave visible, in any case. Unlike on that other property, there is a hospital not too far away. And sometime around the turn of last century, at least I gather, however, though I don't think the building is there anymore, local accounts vary. I'll probably never know if I truly saw a spirit or not, and who it was if I did. But it is certainly an interesting thing to think about upon occasion. Country roads. This happened in Victoria, Australia. It was presumably a hot summer that year, and we packed into the family van with Dad driving. We were off to the lake. Since it was shorter and more scenic, Dad decided to take a brick, or rather a back road, rather than go to the asphalt. Sitting in the back seat with a book as usual, I looked up to watch the scenery as the trees zipped by and the remnant vegetation turned into paddocks. Dust rose up behind the van, and we turned into another dusty road. We were almost at the lake now. You could never drive on these roads in the winter unless you had a four-wheel drive or similar vehicle because the rain would make them boggy and you'd slip and slide and all that stuff. You know, that stuff you just don't want. But when it was dry, the road was fine. It still wasn't a good idea to go too far off-road onto the side of the road. You could fall in a ditch or get stuck, but generally you were safe from getting bogged down. Sometimes you might even see a sheep. A sheep that had somehow escaped its paddock, roaming here. Inside the van, as I watched getting ready to turn away and go back to my book, I saw something following. It was following after the van in the dust, almost bounding after us. And it wasn't a sheep, but it was something. It was the shape of an animal, and it was keeping time with the van, not getting further away or closer. Though we were going fast, and at first I thought it might be something caught underneath the vehicle that was trailing behind. I couldn't see anything connecting whatever it was to the van. Besides, it was quite large, and I think I would have heard it if we'd driven over something, but I hadn't heard anything. Dad hadn't slowed down or swerved or remarked upon running over anything either. I stared at it intently, but I couldn't make out, really anything through this dust. It just seemed to be following us. At this point, I got scared and turned around to ask somebody else if they could see the thing too. When I turned back to look again, I could no longer see it. To this day, I have no idea what it was. It still gives me the creeps just thinking about it. In the back of my mind, I kind of wonder if it was some kind of interdimensional creature, or maybe I just watched too much Stargate as a teenager. Whatever the case, I've been down that road again, and I've never seen anything strange or out of the ordinary. I've never seen any odd creatures, or at least any other times either. The odd spirit or two perhaps, but nothing that creeped me out nearly as much as this did. There was just something about how it was following us and how it disappeared and how I could no longer see it on the road that just gets to me, really. Kids. This happened in my home country in the Philippines. It was more than a decade ago, and I still can't forget about it. I went to my girlfriend's house late in the afternoon to hang out and surprise her. The moment I arrived, I noticed that their car wasn't in the driveway, so I texted her where she was. She said the whole family's out and they'll be back before 6. So when I was about to leave, I saw some movements behind their windows, so I texted her again if her siblings were left at the home, and she said nobody's at home, and I told her I can literally see 2 kids looking outside the window. She told me to go home because those aren't her siblings, but something else. So I was about to run when I heard kids' voices asking me, "Are you going home?" They also said, "Take care," and up till now it sends chills, giving me chicken skin. I like that way of saying goosebumps. Giving me chicken skin. I like that. Kids' second part. After months had passed, my girlfriend asked me to come over, and I told her I can't stay or even come inside their house with what I've experienced. She guaranteed me that those things are harmless, and all I need to do is ignore them and not to show fear. Easier said, right? Well, so I gave in and went there. Right in front of their gated house, there's this force or feeling that pushes me away and saying not to come in. Even writing this is giving me chills already. She went out to open the gate and sat on the couch facing a staircase. She asked me to wait for 15 minutes because she'll change, and that's when things start to get creepy. While she was changing, we were talking about stuff. That's when she went out of her room. Her room's downstairs. She was asking me to check upstairs because she was hearing footsteps. Also, her older brother went to my side of the kitchen. He was prepping lunch. Thinking something's upstairs and it's just the 3 of us that time, that's when I and her brother go to the staircase. The footsteps stopped, so we decided not to go up anymore because we're both scared already that time. So I went back to the couch and her brother to the kitchen. While I was seated, and I felt this cold breeze behind me, so I turned to look and nothing's there, scanning the whole area and nothing until my gaze caught something at the staircase. I was already frozen standing, and when I slowly panned looking at the staircase, that's when I saw this black shadowy childlike figure seated at the last step. It was just looking at me. Mustering my courage left in me, I ran toward the kitchen shouting "May demonyo" repeatedly in Filipino, dark entity, until I got to my girlfriend's brother, and when we looked back, nothing was there. The whole house became so cold and we could hear 3 knocks repeatedly upstairs. My girlfriend was so scared she turned pale white, and that's when we decided to rush out of the house in the middle of the day. True story. So it all started back in 2018 when I moved into an apartment in New Brunswick. My youngest daughter, who was 2 at the time, had a friend that couldn't see. She described them as having tubes coming from his arms, which sent chills down my spine. When I asked her more about him, she refused to answer and started running out of her room screaming that he wouldn't let her play and that he was in her toy box. One night I heard her talking to somebody named Mackie, telling him not to sing a certain song because it scared her. She even claimed to see him crawling on the walls. I was terrified and knew I had to do something about it. Called someone to come and smudge my place. I was hoping to get rid of whatever presence was haunting my daughter. But in 2022, after moving to a new place, strange things started happening again. My daughter began talking to her friends in the mirror. We had an old-style bathroom mirror that was split into 3 sections. She would open the sides and just talk to her friends in the middle section. It was eerie and unsettling to witness. One day I overheard her saying that she was going to introduce her little sister to her friends in the mirror when she arrived. This sent shivers down my spine, and I knew I had to take action once again. I decided to move once more, hoping to leave whatever was following us behind. The mystery of the unseen friend and the friends in the mirror still haunts me to this day. I can't explain what my daughter was experiencing, but I know that there was something otherworldly at play in those moments. The fear and uncertainty of those times will always stay with me, a reminder of the unknown forces that can lurk in the shadows. My first memory. I rarely think about this since it's literally my first memory, but this might be creepy to you. I've thought about this many times since I was had memory, so I don't think I'm remembering it falsely. It's hard to describe, surprisingly, but I was 3 years old almost certainly. Probably only just 3 since I hadn't moved house yet and it wasn't blisteringly hot yet. My birthday is in the early to mid-May, so it's basically right before summer. I live in the UK. It was likely mid-May or June, 2012. I don't remember what my internal monologue said, but I was standing in the area where the wall would have been between the kitchen and the living room if they weren't connected facing our sofa. My mom was washing up or cooking. We didn't have a dishwasher until about a year after that in the new house. I must have thought something like I'm alive now. It was so odd. I sort of felt the urge to shake my head. But it never occurred to me how odd that was. I guess I was young. Remember at that time that prior to that moment I didn't have any memories, but I did have all my functional skills, like I could speak English, I could walk, I recognized stuff. I also knew what my parents probably taught me. I also think that I was 3 at the time purely from gut feeling and the fact that it took ages to walk and talk anyway. That makes sense because I'm a slow learner, but once I understand something, I learn fast. I had a possession nightmare. In this dream, I was at the market near my girlfriend's house. We were walking through the parking lot when I heard something talking to me. This part wasn't clear in my mind after waking up, but I remember fragments. The voice told me that reality was more than this, that we could perceive it through 3 means. The only one I can remember was sound, and in the dream it was as if I could see sound waves transferring from one space to another. Unfortunately, I don't remember the others. One point we went to the room where I was sleeping in real life. It's more common for my girlfriend to come to my house than vice versa, so dreaming that I'm in her room is significant. This part was simple. Now the voice was my girlfriend's and she looked at me and said, "Want to know another way? There's a spirit room in the other room." At that moment the spirit entered me, and I laughed in a terrifying way. However, I woke up laughing in the same manner. I experience sleep paralysis very frequently. Whenever I wake up from it, I can't move, but this time I lifted my head a bit and laughed. almost screaming at the same time. My girlfriend grabbed my head and asked if I was okay, and I continued laughing for about 5 seconds. It was a loud, suffocating, restrained laughter. I'm a very calm person and never have reactions out of the ordinary, especially in dreams. I immediately reassured my girlfriend when I returned to myself. But I was very afraid and sweaty after the nightmare. I've never made noise because of a dream before, and this is also the first time. I know it's nothing otherworldly, so to speak, but I wanted some opinions. Occasional disembodied voice in my bedroom. Last night my husband and I were in the dark. We were about to fall asleep when we both hear a very clear whisper-type voice, but it was loud. It said, "What?" You know, like what in a strong whisper sound. Almost had a rasp to it. One other instance, my husband and his friend were doing renovation work at the room when we finished moving in. They were working quietly when they both heard a similar voice. Overall, I don't generally feel like our house is haunted or has spirits hanging out 24/7. We have a dog and small children, and I feel like they'd pick up on it too, right? If we had constant energy with us. We live next directly behind train tracks in another neighborhood, and our bedroom leads out to a deck with a sliding glass door. We hear trains passing all through the night. Maybe a transient ghost gets enough energy juice from the train tracks to pop in every now and then. Bob, back for round 2, or is it something else? Unfortunately, I think Bob has come back to visit. Although it's been a long while since it left, I've noticed a few occurrences that had not happened since last time Bob visited and left. It started about a week ago when I was watching a show, ironically about paranormal investigations in my living room with my mom. My sister comes in seeming a little bit nervous and lets me know that the lights in the back bathroom are flickering a lot. I go to check the lights to find that they were no longer flickering, they looked like bad bulbs. So yesterday I pulled the bedroom door open to find a fake bat. You know, the one that hangs from a string that you sort of turn the lights of a ceiling fan. The fan wasn't on and briefly spinning and in a different position than it was in the morning. It stopped as soon as the door opened, but this used to happen a lot the first time Bob was there. I've also noticed a lot of things moving in the corners of my vision, mostly when I'm laying down. When I sat down for dinner last night on the floor in my bedroom, a small canvas that I had leaned up against my desk fell over. Please note that the canvas had been there for at least a month and hadn't fallen over before. The part of the desk it was leaned against had drawers and was therefore flat like a wall. True events and why I think I might be sensitive to the paranormal. My parents had a dog named Libby. When I was born, the dog basically took claim on me. She would sleep under my crib, and they were pretty much overly protective any time a new person came to visit. I would lay on her and read books to her, even though the book was upside down and my words were nonsense. Unfortunately, when I was 3, we had to put Libby down due to cancer in her bones. It had already spread everywhere. And from then on, I would constantly talk to myself and my mom would brush it off as an imaginary friend. That is until I was about 5. My mom had just come in from dropping my sister off from daycare. Asked who I was talking to. I responded with words that made her pause. I had pointed next to me and said, "I was talking to Libby. She came and told me I wouldn't need her anymore." My mom didn't believe me and asked what she looked like. I told her exactly. Even though I wouldn't have been old enough to have memories before she was gone, my mom cried that day. To this day, I think Libby is either a spirit guide or a guardian angel type situation. I've constantly found pure white down feathers, and only once in an actual small feather it was like at camp, and I was out of counselor and they wouldn't let me keep it. Even though I picked up every down feather I found, I can't find more than 1 or 2. I have a feather collection, so I keep them all in one spot, not scattered. It didn't stop there. Also, at the age of around 5, I became unable to sleep since one of the electronic dolls in my closet wouldn't stop talking. I called my mom in, and she removed the batteries only to find it still talking. My mom became weirded out and threw the doll away. Another incident, also at the age of 5, I called my mother into my room to tell her I couldn't sleep since Barbies were being too loud. By the way, they're not electronic. So since then, mostly in class, I would think I heard somebody say my name. On rare occasions, my friend would turn to face me and ask if I called them. I had not. This only progressed until one night where my friend and I were having a sleepover. As we stayed up late, we noticed the door to my room kept opening right in front of our eyes. I've since then called the spirit Bob. We brushed it off and went to bed even though my parents were already asleep and my sister was at a friend's house. I checked and made sure my parents weren't awake. I slept throughout the whole night, but my friend woke up 4+ times to her name being called. She thought it was me, but I was out like a rock. Stuff used to move only minorly, or when I wasn't in the room, and it eventually stopped for good. That is, until recently. Though it only stopped a year ago, I've noticed small habits of Bob returning. Small movements that have not bothered me until recently when we've been noticeably having an excessive amount of movement in the corner of my eye. Last week at school, I've twice heard my name being called while walking to my next class. I looked over and nobody was trying to get my attention. This could have been another person talking to a friend, but I feel it's worth noting. Gettysburg experience as a child. Town all gray. I hated it. I know there are a lot of posts about Gettysburg, but I figured I'd add my own. I visited Gettysburg when I was 10. My father and 2 older brothers were crazy about anything related to the Civil War. They considered Gettysburg to be some kind of Civil War mecca. I had no strong interest in it myself. I loved history, but I found my brother's obsession with the Civil War to be tiresome. Like, I know how important it is, but they acted like the world stopped for it, which it didn't. Sort of did there, but yeah. Historically speaking, it just wasn't my thing. It was July of 1976. We were staying in Lancaster and drove there. Pretty much as soon as we entered town, everything in my vision went gray. Like the colors had been muted. Not black and white and gray, just hazy gray. As if the day had suddenly gotten overcast. But I recall it actually being very sunny out. I remember looking out the farm fields on our way there and how nice it looked, but soon after entering Gettysburg, it all went gray and hazy-like. I got very, very anxious, sick to my stomach. Not like I was going to throw up, just slightly nauseous. My parents weren't the most patient people at the time, so I kept my feeling to myself. Everywhere we went, it was all grayed out, like colors had been drained out. We toured a few spots and I couldn't stop feeling just afraid out, scared. Couldn't understand what was going on. We went to this one place that had these dioramas that depicted all the events of the Battle of Gettysburg. At some point I got really nauseous and terrified. I don't know why I told my mother that I had to go outside. She came out and asked me if I was okay. I just lied and told her that it was the heat. What I really wanted to do was get in the car and get out of there fast. Then the worst thing. I don't remember exactly where we were, but I remember it being a big park. It might have been the cemetery or something, but I don't recall. All I remember was waking up a slight incline on a paved path. Then our group turned and walked across the grass, and I could not walk. Couldn't bring myself to walk on it. Like there was this terrible feeling of violating something. Remember, I'm 10 years old and I didn't know much of the details of the battle. I just knew that I couldn't walk across the grass. My father, not the most patient guy, saw me hesitating. I remember him asking, "What's wrong with you?" I said, "I can't walk here. It's like I'd be walking on dead bodies." Thankfully, my mother saw me and told me to wait where I was. I remember trying not to look anywhere. I just kept pacing around on the path. Finally, they got back and we left that place. Stayed for a couple more hours, and I couldn't wait to get out of that town. Just 5 years ago, I was relating my experience in Gettysburg with my friend George. I'd not mentioned that I thought everything was kind of great to him yet, just that I couldn't walk on the grass. He told me that there were mass graves there, and, well, I'd have been walking on dead bodies. His wife was something of a self-proclaimed psychic of some sort. She's a little out there, but she's a nice person. She overheard my story and interrupted to ask, "Did everything look gray to you?" Honestly, I was so shocked, but also relieved, like I was validated. She claimed that when they've gone to Gettysburg, she sees soldiers everywhere. She said that she saw them marching up a hill at some point. Anyway, that's my Gettysburg story. I didn't see any ghosts, but I think I experienced some kind of feeling, or an awareness. Besides the gray vision, it was this eerie sense of anxiety and dread that I recall. Interestingly, there have been other places where I felt this. One of them is the Lower East Side of Manhattan. I avoid that neighborhood like crazy, especially the areas around the Bowery. Kinda know what you mean. Lavallette, New Jersey, 1969. Child Ghost Playmate. When I was 3 years old in 1969, my parents rented a bungalow beach house in Lavallette, New Jersey. Even though I was only 3, I remember a lot about that house. The room my older brother and I shared in the rear of the house, the small kitchen, the outdoor shower, and a kid who would come play with me and my older brother in our room. Don't remember exactly what he looked like, but I remember sitting on the floor with him and my older brother. A few years later, our mother tells us that it was the ghost of a little boy, about 7 years old, who drowned about 10 years earlier. She said she and my dad and, well, my other brother just all sensed something, quote-unquote, in the house, but each thought that they were the only ones experiencing it. They were playing cards late one night. That's when they all saw something flash by, and that's when they all admitted that there was something in the house. My mom said she never felt scared or anything. She would just kind of hear me and my brother talking to someone in our room, like asking questions or seemingly answering questions from someone. I have no real memories of this, just a vague impression. The stretch is wondering if anybody by any wild chance knows about a young boy drowning in Lavallette in the late 50s, early 60s. The bungalow house was knocked down in 1970 and condos were built. Shadows move. That is, I see beings made of shadow, completely void of color, but in the shape of people. I'm aware many people claim to see them, and from what I've heard, people see them out of the corners of their eye. But not me. Oh no, I get full frontal views. They don't scare me, not even when I was a kid. There are multiple ones that come and go, and I've come to associate them with different events or happenings in my life. There are 5 that I see, varying frequencies. The tall man. Picture just a tallish guy, about 6'6". He stands tall and proud in an old suit. He's one of the 2 that I've seen cross the main field of my vision, and also one of the more frequent visitors. He pops up randomly. Not too many set rules. I tend to associate him with an ancestor, maybe my great-grandfather who's a preacher. The girl, a small, mischievous little spirit in a frilly dress. That's an acquisition from my wife, I believe. She likes to yell out, "Hey!" When no one's around. She pops up whenever her baby's about to come around the family. Last saw her about a month before my son, who's now 1, was born a few weeks early. Overcoat. This one is best described as a fat guy in a coat and a fedora. At least that's the way it's shaped. Next to the tall man, I've seen this one the longest. Comes randomly and follows me around, usually at stop signs for some reason. Mr. Box is just an ambiguous dark void with a cold presence. This is the one I've seen the least, maybe 3 or 4 times. Not enough to pick up any patterns or appearances. And finally, the man in the hat. If you've ever seen Tombstone, he looks like that. This one, I feel, is my very own personal spirit of death. Without fail, every time I see this shadow, somebody I know dies, or there's some big tragedy. I last saw him a few months ago before a friend was murdered, and before that it was every day for a solid month in 2017 in December. Or maybe October, and before the end of the year, I don't know. My grandpa, and my wife's great-grandma died. This one terrifies me more the older I get. I know it sounds crazy, but I feel crazy talking about this to anybody, but these figures are just a single facet of a life plagued by paranormal activity. Thank you for being plagued with listening to me. See ya.